whoop. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hello, hello, hello. Is everyone ready for day 7 of the Lindsay Clancy trial? I have to apologize for yesterday. I thought court was dark. So I had a whole day planned where I put in appointments I had and stuff. So I did my best covering the trial with a very busy day. Hopefully it won't happen again. I'll try to stay on the schedule. Okay, here we are. Day 7. This is the Associated Press's feed. Let me see if I can find Law and Crimes feed, because that might be a little bit better. We're just looking at the same thing we've always looked at. The seal. How's everyone feeling this morning? Does everyone have their coffee? Let me go get my coffee. I'll be right back. I have a coffee cup around here somewhere. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Hey, I found my coffee. So yes, it was either yesterday or the day before we heard from the psychiatrist who said that who treated Lindsay Clancy. And she noted no signs of psychosis. And she noted that Lindsay Clancy wanted to change her health care proxy from her husband to her parents. Almost like she was totally in reality and knew what she did. So it continues. The Clancy supporters continue on. Every day we're getting more favorable press to Lindsay Clancy. So we'll see if she'll get away with this. Let's see. I'm just curious to know who the jury is and what they're thinking. Massachusetts is a notoriously blue state. It has been since as long as I can remember, been a very one-party state. So we're thinking maybe that the jurors might be more liberal-minded and open to the defense narrative. Maybe. I don't know. What do you guys think? I wouldn't be surprised also if we get a hung jury in something like this, depending on who the characters are. But I wouldn't be compromising. It would be like, she's a stone cold psycho. What are you guys doing? No. I'd shut down the jury. Tater thinks it's going to be a hung jury. You think guilty, Astra? I've just always thought she's going to get away with this. So if it doesn't happen this time and she gets a hung jury, because this is the best chance for the prosecution. First chance. Guilty? You say guilty. Okay, good. I hope you're right. I hope she gets guilty. I'm not rooting against my own thoughts on this trial. I just think she's very guilty, and I've seen killers get away with it. I'll never forget the whole OJ debacle. Just watching the Knicks game. I had spent the summer at college earning money, so I was working on like landscaping, gardening the campus with a bunch of other students. And we were all watching the Knicks game, and the Knicks game got interrupted by OJ's car chase. And we're like, what is going on? It was wild. We were all ticked off because we wanted to watch the Knicks game. I've always thought she's going to get away with it. I don't know. I hope I'm wrong. I just don't think the prosecution's theory is terrible in this case. It doesn't have to be right to convict her. It's just a theory that the prosecution has, but boy, is it nonsensical. That she wanted to commit suicide, but she was such a control freak, she didn't want anyone else raising her kids. So she decided to take her kids with her. I think that the prosecution has to know that that's untrue. Because if she wanted to, if the big goal, this is a woman who meets her goals. She's a high achiever. If the goal was to kill herself, she would have done a better job. She only did superficial wounds on her neck and wrists. And then we heard about the blood. Hold on. Let me see if I can pull this up and I'm going to keep an eye. I don't want to miss the beginning of court, but see if we can just watch some of this. This is from True Crimes channel. She downloaded it. Oh, by the way, there is a new episode up in Patreon for my Patreon supporters. Let me just second.
And the 911 call, you can hear Patrick clear.
So here's where they talk about how it took 10 pounds of pressure.
She took the remaining pills of the Remeron Seroquel, and then she climbed out of the bedroom window and gripped the windowsill while dangling from it. We know this because there's blood on the outside of the windowsill where her wrist would be in her hand. She then dropped from the window or slid down. She did not jump. She did not hurl herself out the window because there's blood on the exterior shingle going down the exterior of the house. And then on the window, directly below the window she came out of, there's more blood on the top level, looking like she tried to grab onto that windowsill. While being treated at Brigham and Women's Hospital in Boston after killing her children, the defendant spoke to medical staff. On February 6th, she said that
blood gets everywhere. Also, Dawson, who fought the hardest of all her children and had the most bruises and was bleeding out of the nose. So there's some of his nose blood. There's some of her real superficial cuts to the neck and still going to leave traces, right? But it didn't bleed. It was done bleeding by the time first responders got there. It didn't bleed for very long.
She had fears that her inability to walk would make her vulnerable to others, and that she was worried about not being able to walk again. On February 7th, she said she was feeling more hopeful about her future. On February 8th, she stated that
February 7th, she's feeling more hopeful. She killed the children on January 23rd, 2023. By February 7th, she was feeling more hopeful about the future. She couldn't walk, but her children were gone. That was the most important thing. I don't, Ted. Hey, girl, how's it going? Thanks for mic drop. Right, exactly. She slid. She held out the window. She's holding on. That's hardly the act of a crazy person.
more future-oriented.
All right. She was more future-oriented. She was more future-oriented and hopeful. All right, let me make sure that we're not behind. Oh, we are behind. Hold on. Okay, good. Sometimes, like, you get, like, if you show something else, it stops playing and you get behind. I don't like to get behind. I like to start court with everybody else. Right. Her kids were gone. That was the thing worrying her. And her husband was going to divorce her now. I don't know if he had affairs. He was in New York strangely where he moved to. I think he started having this affair early. It's my thought. I do, William. I just said that. I do think some of it was, I think she really hated her husband for whatever reason. It really doesn't matter. I think people want to make Patrick Clancy responsible for this crime. And he certainly didn't stop it. And you could argue that letting it happen is making it happen. But that's kind of a push, you know what I mean, into fantasy land there. But he did let it happen. She said, I'm thinking of killing the kids. I'm just going out to pick up some food. You couldn't possibly kill the kids in the time that I have to pick up food and go to CVS. Oh, yes, she could. She found a really efficient way to kill them with exercise bands. What a nightmare woman this woman is. I think people want to believe the kindest view of humanity, but there are great parts of humanity. People can be heroic and compassionate and inventive and all great things. There's great qualities that human beings have, but this is the worst of society. That's what Lindsay Clancy represents, the worst of society. And the worst of what we're all capable of. And I think some people can't handle their own shadow side. And I don't think my shadow side goes this dark, though. I don't think people can handle reality very well. It's hard. They like a nicer story. And it's the story of the mainstream media. And it's a story that puts themselves in the story. So, well, I've had postpartum. I know someone who's had postpartum. Really? Postpartum psychosis? Because that's not even what they're arguing in court. They're arguing bipolar. Which is like, these are all like new terms that we call psychopaths. Bipolar. We call them on the spectrum, autistic. There's a real big push to get rid of antisocial personality disorder because there's no money in it. You can't help anyone. There's no cure. As Lindsay Clancy herself looked up, because I think she knew the answer, being a nurse herself. She looked up, can you cure a sociopath? No, you can't, Lindsay Clancy. She knew that there was no cure for people like her. She knew she was empty and felt nothing. She continually complaining about that. That's something that we see antisocial personalities do, complain about. Not being able to feel, dead inside. They don't attach. They don't even attach to their own children. Patrick Clancy didn't seem to attach much to his own children either. It seemed to be like what my girlfriend used to call the okey doke, right? The okey doke. That's what this marriage seems to be based on. The okey doke. You don't go too inside, you don't go too deep with me. I won't go too deep with you. I'll support you. You raise the kids. I think she really resented that she had to work in addition to raising the kids. I think that there's something about when Patrick Clancy on the stand said, we let the nanny go because she was home, because Lindsay Clancy was home. I heard resentment in that. And it made me think that he resented her, the fact that she was taking so much time with being home, that her job taking care of the children wasn't really that taxing, when we know it really is very taxing. Oh, there's another one, borderline. Yeah, they give it borderline. I trust what Lindsay Clancy says about herself. Look it up. She's not looking up, can you cure borderline? She's looking up, can you cure a sociopath? I've seen no signs that she's bipolar. Pressured speech. She has to have a manic, some mania in it to be bipolar. You just can't. It's not unipolar. She's not just down and depressed. I don't know. All right. The Luxbury is wealthy blue. She's in Plymouth County, and I know a lot of good working class people there. I'm down the road on the Cape. Oh, hey. Cape is beautiful. It's a beautiful state, Massachusetts. You know, I came out when Nick, I don't know what I can say about Dee Dee Blanchard's killer and her takeover, Gypsy Rose Blanchard's takeover of the internet after her crime. But when she started making the rounds, I did an episode, and a lot of people came down on me really hard. It's now, that episode's on my Patreon. But I just had skepticism. A lot of the record wasn't released at that time, or I didn't uncover it if it was out there. I was looking for stuff like that. Psychiatrist said hypomania yesterday. I say part of the problem is that these medical professionals just live in our academia, in their high ivory towers, and spend no time in the real world, or very little. They're among other doctors. I say part of their training should be to live like a human being. Deal with some real grifters and con artists. Out on the street. I mean, and the problem with our academic is that the ideas that get taught, a lot of times grifters go to the top in our society, and a lot of bad ideas get taught and propagated through our medical profession. That's how I feel. And they'll always come up with diagnoses. They said that Jeffrey McDonald, like, he was totally normal. There's another family annihilator. Whoop, we're back. See you guys later. I'll be in the chat.
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, good morning, counsel.
Good morning.
All right. Good morning, Ms. Clancy.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right. Before we bring the jury in, could I speak to counsel just for a couple of minutes?
Agree, Iowa. There's great doctors. I have great doctors who I love. But does anybody remember when they told us not to eat eggs? In low-fat diets and stuff? Oh, my gosh. And serotonin, depression is a brain disease. Hereditary brain disease. I love eggs. Me too. Me too, Tater. Sidebar. Thank you, William. Sidebar. So just a few of us. We seem to have a lot of people on X watching. I don't know. I don't know since I had such a bad goof yesterday. If everybody's left and gone somewhere else to watch, but we had quite a few people watching on. Do you see what I mean? Do I sound like a conspiracy theorist? Cholesterol's sky high and I don't care. Right. Avocados were too fattening and eggs cause heart attacks. Exactly. And now they give you like the same kind of, like whatever the advice du jour is, they give you with the same kind of certainty that they gave you the advice that don't eat eggs and eat a low-fat diet, which we all got fatter from. Is it a conspiracy? I don't know. That's just how I feel about our medical establishment. If I meet a doctor that's not a little bit skeptical, I'm kind of out the door. Are you an egg farmer, Jean? So good. Oh, my dad. Are you talking about sharks don't get cancer, Tammy? My dad was dying of cancer. He was taking shark cartilage. What a scam that was. I was reading a lot of these books when they were coming into Oprah on the free table. So I read a lot of these psychiatrists and doctors who were getting fed up with the way these 15-minute visits that they were given by the insurance companies. I think that's the way. I don't know who structured those 15-minute visits, but it's like it became medication. Some psychiatry went from lying down on the couch and getting a Freudian analysis. I know some psychiatrists still do that, to a 15-minute medication management appointment. So I read a few books like on that. And that was really crucial to opening my eyes to innocence fraud. It's like all around that same time, all those things happened. Yeah, I want to hear her psychiatrist too, or psychologist or whatever. Mental health professionals too. The feds will stroke out. Definitely true crimes. I think I did see your post. Let me look. True crimes. I'm looking a lot at your stuff. This helps me think about the case a little bit differently.
Hey, all persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Plymouth Superior Court, now sitting within for the Commonwealth. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, may I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, good morning again. Nice to see everyone. Thank you for being here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you those questions again, and then go over the schedule. Forget we are not, or you are not, sitting this afternoon, okay? And that's not going to change, so you can count on that. So let me ask you at this point, has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial as a juror? Next, is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention? Great. Thank you again for following those instructions. And what we're going to do is we're going to return to the Commonwealth's case. And like I said, we are not going to be, you're not going to be sitting this afternoon. The plan, and I'll double check when we get to that point, would be to return tomorrow at 9 o'clock and pretty much relatively full day tomorrow and probably Friday as well. But I'll double check as we go through that, all right? And I'll let you know as soon as I can if there's any changes to that schedule. So with that, I'm going to ask the Commonwealth to call their next witness. Commonwealth?
Thank you. The Commonwealth calls Eitan Negri.
Good morning. You stop right here. Raise your right hand for the clerk.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give that you shall give to the court, being the jury, in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant, shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may have a
That's right.
seat.
Watch your step, please.
All right, good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
I just ask you to speak into that microphone.
Sure.
All right. Attorney Buckingham, please.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
My first name is Eitan, last name is Negri.
Can you spell your first name for the record?
Eitan.
And your last name?
Negri.
And what do you do for work?
I'm a physician associate, physician assistant.
And did you go to school for that?
Yes.
Can you tell us about your educational background?
I did my undergraduate at City College of New York, and I did a post-bac at Brooklyn College, followed by a PA program at Torrey University in Manhattan.
And do you currently work as a physician's assistant?
Yes.
And do you currently work in the state of Massachusetts?
No, ma'am.
Are you licensed in the state of Massachusetts?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you licensed in any other states?
New York State.
I'm going to go back to January of 2023. Were you working in Massachusetts then?
Yes.
And where were you working?
Brigham and Women's Hospital.
And were you in that same role as a physician's assistant?
Yes.
And what were you doing? What were your general duties in that role working at Brigham and Women's?
Generally, you assess a patient, you diagnose, you formulate a plan with an attending physician, and you execute that plan throughout the day. It encompasses various things.
Were you working in any particular department at Brigham and Women's back in January of 2023?
The trauma, burn, surgical ICU.
Now, I'm going to draw your attention to a particular patient that came into the Brigham and Women's Hospital on January 24th of 2023. That patient was Lindsay Clancy. Do you recall encountering this patient on January 25th of 2023?
Yes.
And what did you do as it pertained to the care and treatment of this patient?
I received the information from the shift before me, formulated a plan, examined her, assessed her, staffed that plan with the attending physician, and executed that plan throughout the day.
And fair to say this particular patient had injuries that you were directed to observe, review, form that plan on.
Correct.
What were the injuries?
She had multiple injuries. The most acute were injuries that were requiring consultation with other services, and the ones that I directly managed were the lacerations to her wrists and her, just her wrists, actually.
And as far as when you say she had other acute injuries, you were not involved in the care of her for those, correct?
I was involved in the care that involved consulting other services to manage those things, yes.
Okay, and as far as any sort of repair work that you were doing as a physician's assistant working with the trauma surgeons, what repair work were you assigned to do?
Laceration repair.
And on this particular patient, where were the injuries or lacerations that you were going to repair?
She had multiple lacerations on both of her wrists. She had superficial on her neck, which I did not repair.
Okay. And as it pertained to the wrists, did you go through that process of observing, reviewing, coming up with a plan, and then repairing those injuries?
Yes.
And were you directed to do that by any particular doctor?
Not necessarily directed. A lot of those things fall within my scope, and since they were less acute, they kind of fell down the chain to me.
Okay. And you're aware that she was being seen and treated by a host of other doctors, nurses, an entire team?
Yes.
As it pertains to the wrist injuries, what did you do to examine those areas?
The first thing I do is assess the location, then I assess the severity, whether it requires intervention by someone other than myself, In this instance, it did not. So then I proceed with just kind of protocol laceration repair.
When would it be a situation where you'd need somebody else to intervene?
If it required surgical intervention or suturing repair beyond my skill set, in this instance, it did not.
Okay. And so referring to these particular injuries, when you observed them, did you observe any areas of active bleeding?
No.
And fair to say they had been treated by nurses and other staff prior to you encountering these injuries, correct?
Yes, they were dressed and covered before I got there.
Now, when you assessed them, you noted that they were bilateral, correct?
Yes.
What does that mean?
It means on both sides of the body, so both wrists.
Okay. And so referring to the right wrist, what were your observations of the injuries to the right wrist?
The right wrist, as far as my reference to the note, is that she had a few lacerations, one of which was severe and deep enough to require repair.
And fair to say that that right wrist injury was, the one that you repaired was 3 centimeters deep?
Approximately, if that's what my note says, then that's what it was.
Okay. And on a wrist, or this area of the wrist where you observed the injuries, that depth of 3 centimeters, did that require further surgical intervention, or were you able to suture that area?
I was able to suture that area. As far as what happened subsequent to that, I wasn't there, so I'm not sure.
Okay. And how many sutures did you use to repair that injury?
I believe 3.
And in relation to any other cuts or lacerations that were on that right wrist, did any other of those lacerations require suturing?
No.
How did you treat those other injuries?
Just irrigation, meaning cleaning them out, and then using a type of tape to close them shut.
And that's generally referred to as a steri strip, correct?
Correct.
Okay. May I approach the witness?
Me.
I'm showing you 2 photographs. Do those photographs depict the repairs or the sutures that you did on the right wrist of Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
I would move to admit these as the next 2 exhibits.
All right, those may be admitted.
201 and 202.
And I'm just going to show on the screen what's now been marked as Exhibit 201, and you should be able to see it, Sarah, on the screen in front of you. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And so this is the right wrist, correct?
Correct.
And those black lines in the middle of the photograph are those the sutures that you did.
Correct.
And just showing you 202, Exhibit 202. These white strips that are all around the injury, are those the steri strips?
Correct.
Now, on the left wrist, do you recall what you observed to be the injuries on that wrist?
I believe there was a similar laceration, just shorter in length, that required fewer sutures.
Okay. And fair to say, if your notes reflect that the left wrist had one, meaning just a singular 2 centimeter deep linear cut, that would have been what your observations were of the injury that you repaired?
Correct.
And how many sutures did that injury require?
1 suture.
And were there other areas that you observed that had some sort of laceration?
I believe similarly just superficial ones that needed steri strips.
And again, in treating this particular injury, when you came upon it, was there active bleeding or any concern that you needed more intervention other than a suture?
At that time, no.
I'm going to show you 2 more photos. Are those familiar to you?
Yes.
And are those the suture that you did on the left wrist of Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, ma'am.
I move to admit these as the next 2 exhibits.
All right, that may be admitted, or they may be admitted. Thank you.
again, just showing what's been now marked as Exhibit 203. And you see the injury there on the wrist near the ruler in the photograph.
Yes.
And Exhibit 204, which is just a closer upshot of that. Is that correct?
Yes.
And again, you see the white strips. Those are also steri strips that were applied.
Correct.
Now, in relation to any of these wounds on the right or the left wrist, did you observe the lacerations to go any deeper than the subcutaneous tissue?
On my observation, no.
And when we talk subcutaneous tissue, we're talking about that fatty tissue on underneath your skin, correct?
Correct.
And did you have to return at any point, to your knowledge, to readdress these issues or do any further laceration repair as it pertained to this patient?
On that shift, no.
Do you recall if you did it on any other shift?
No.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Reddington.
Is it Mr. Negri?
Agree, yes, sir.
And you're not a doctor, you're a physician assistant, is that what it is?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And how long had you worked for Brigham and Women's prior to seeing Lindsay Clancy that on January 24, 23?
I believe I was in my second year of employment with Brigham and Women's.
Okay, and you got to keep your voice up because people back here have to be able to hear you too, okay?
I believe I was in my second year of employment at Brigham and Women's.
You're not suggesting for 1 minute that after you did your butterfly stitches, Lindsay could have got up and walked out the door of the hospital, right?
No, sir.
And would you agree with me that, in fact, she was critically ill when you saw her, right?
Yes, sir.
And she certainly wasn't critically ill from COVID or a flu or something like that, right?
No, not to my knowledge.
You know that there are notes that are prepared for the records from the hospital. For example, on January 24, 2023, hospital admission form is filled out. Do you know a Dr. Jeffrey Andrew Anderson?
Yes.
And he was, what was his position that night?
He was one of the trauma surgeons and also one of the intensivists, the attending physicians in the ICU.
All right. And you've had a chance to review a number of records and photographs with the DAs, I imagine, right?
I've reviewed my own procedure note.
Okay, so what does that mean?
It means I reviewed the note that I wrote myself regarding the laceration repairs.
Okay, is that the note that indicates that it appears as though that, for example, on the right upper extremity, there's a 3.5 centimeter deep laceration on the volar aspect of the wrist?
I don't believe that I commented saying volar specifically, so I don't know if that's in regards to my note, but I believe my note did say about 3 centimeters deep, yes.
Okay, so do you recall indicating in your note that it was superficial laceration, or did you indicate that it was a deep laceration?
I indicated that some of them were superficial, and the one that I repaired in particular was 3 centimeters deep.
And you've had occasion to speak to the prosecutors on this case, and they've asked you about the superficial injury to her wrist, right?
Correct.
In addition to the, as indicated on page 75 of the Brigham and Women's Hospital record that I have, and we can fix that with other records if it doesn't coincide, there's a note from Dr. Anderson that the right upper extremity, 3.5 centimeter deep laceration, volar aspect of the wrist. Left upper extremity, 2 centimeter deep laceration on the volar aspect of the wrist. Do you agree with that assessment?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then you were able to, as you say, clean it up with saline or whatever, and then you stitched up what you had to stitch up, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you have anything to do with the massive transfusion that she had?
No, sir.
Do you have anything to do with the treatment of the transected spine that she had, the shattered spine?
No, sir.
Do you have anything whatsoever to do with the insertion of tubes on both sides of her body and the draining of the blood that had pooled in her middle cavity?
Just the management of those tubes after, but not the placement.
Okay. So you were there while that was done?
I was there managing once they had been placed, but I was not there for the placement of them.
Okay,
no.
But you knew that they were in there, that they were draining
Correct.
the blood? Okay.
Yes.
And do you know where the blood came from that was in her middle extremity?
I don't know specifically. I'd have to refer back to the imaging reports.
In any event, you know that shortly thereafter she coded, right?
Yes.
Were you there for that?
No, sir.
And basically, that means that the patient has, in effect, died from cardiac arrest, right?
Not necessarily died, but their heart has stopped beating for that
And then
portion of
there's the crash teams and everybody hopefully revives the person, right?
Correct.
And you guys did that, or they did, and they were successful reviving her, correct? So without going through everything, you'd agree with me, sir, that your observations would be of the wrist, the repair, and the taking care of the tubes after they were inserted into both sides of her chest.
That's correct.
And that was your involvement extended, correct? You're all done after that.
I was involved in the ongoing management of her care throughout the day, but just as you stated, not the things that you asked me about.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Sure.
I'd offer these.
They're part of the record. They're written. I would object if we could approach.
I don't want to have a jury having to go through 10.
No, I know that. Listen, you want to mark them for identification, and then we can address that.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
I may just with a few questions.
Sure.
Mr. Negri, I'm just going to approach and show you.
Hold on a second. Is that my? Okay, thank you. All right, thank you.
Just show you a page from the records. That's labeled Brigham and Women's, page 76. You can hold it in front of us.
Specifically this highlighted area?
Yeah, I would direct your attention to the bottom paragraph where it says exam. That's not your note from the record, correct?
Correct.
And when it's noted that the right upper extremity, left upper extremity has 3.5 centimeter deep laceration, 2 centimeter deep laceration, deep in the medical notes is not an adjective of it, correct? It's more of a directionality of the injury.
It's a description of, yeah, basically an objective unit of measure.
But when we say deep, it means that it goes down into the skin as opposed to across the
It doesn't
skin.
matter what we say, it's what the records say.
All right, I understand. Go ahead. Just, if you could ask that question again.
As far as your assessment of injuries, deep goes down in the skin as opposed to across the skin.
Correct.
Okay. And as far as Dr. Anderson goes, you knew that him to be one of the attendings and a trauma surgeon in this case. Were you aware that on January 24th he had examined these injuries and indicated they did not require repair at that time?
I don't recall specifically, I'm sorry.
But you came in to repair these on January 25th?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Is there anything on that?
Oh, thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you. You're all set. Attorney Buckingham, please.
The Commonwealth would call Nicholas Roberts as its next witness, please.
Good morning, sir. Can you stop right there and raise your right hand for the clerk, please?
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. May I have a seat?
Why don't you step, please?
All right, good morning, sir. All right, counsel.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name
It's Nicholas Roberts.
and where you currently work?
I work for a company called Thermo Fisher.
What is that? What do they do?
They sell plenty of laboratory-based products, including refrigeration. They sell solvents. They do instruments as well.
Prior to working for that company, did you work for the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
I did.
In what unit did you work for the crime lab?
I was in the toxicology unit
How long did you work for the crime lab?
for about 9 years.
And in working for the crime lab, what kind of training and experience did you have to work in the toxicology unit?
Prior to being hired, I have both a bachelor's and a master's degree in applied forensic science with a concentration in chemistry and toxicology. I also have the master's is in forensic toxicology. While being hired on the job, they provide training for all the in-house stuff that we test for, which includes not only a theory-based training, but also practical stuff so that you can analyze and run all the tests that we do in-house.
And as far as your work in the toxicology unit, fair to say in January of 2023 or February of 2023, you were what's referred to as a forensic scientist too, correct?
Yes.
And throughout your time at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, did you have to undergo competency tests and proficiency tests?
Yes.
And why is that? Why do you have to do that?
So mainly it's to...
I know
Hold
this
on,
gentleman,
we
he's
get go
qualified.
one at a time. Okay. Is there
I'm just
objection?
saying, I know he's qualified, and I have no problem with his credentials and his testimony.
All right. Counsel?
Thank you. Sir, in working at the State Police Crime Lab, did you just work in the toxicology unit, or did you work in any other units in your time there?
No, only in toxicology.
Okay. Now, as it pertains to the toxicology unit, fair to say the State Police Crime Lab has a specific set of protocols and procedures that are followed in every case?
Yes.
Okay. And at that time in February of 2023, was the State Police Crime Lab using the batch review process?
Yes.
And so when the state police use this process, there are a number of different technicians or forensic scientists that work on any given case. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And at the end of it, one analyst is responsible for reviewing all the data and authoring a report?
Yes.
And based on your training and experience, if you're that person reviewing the data and authoring the report, do you have the ability to interpret some of the data in the report?
Yes.
Or data in the testing, I should say?
Yes, we review all the data that is provided within the case file.
And did you, during your time at the crime lab in the toxicology unit, stay up to date on various types of drugs and quantifications of those drugs and what that could mean for levels in a person's blood or urine?
Yes, they keep us up to date on drugs that are commonly used.
So one of the roles in the toxicology unit is for you to report whether substances are detected in blood and urine. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And at some points, are you also called upon to interpret the levels of those drugs?
So in blood, we report values, so we get concentrations of the different drugs, and we mainly report them in blood.
Okay. And as far as the concentration levels themselves, did you have training and experience on interpreting those levels?
We usually get training on the effects of the drugs. It's hard to say with some drugs, as well as some people, what one level might mean for one person. It might differ, and you have different effects on another.
Okay, and fair to say that's a limitation of just reviewing blood and not knowing anything else about a case, right?
Yes.
Okay. At the toxicology unit, at the crime lab, is there a limitation as to how or what types of drugs can actually be quantified or given concentration levels?
Yes, we only quantify certain drugs.
And what happens if there are other drugs present and there's a request for quantification or concentration levels? What does your lab do with that?
Usually they're sent out to another lab in order for testing.
And are you familiar with the NMS lab?
Yes.
Is that, or was that at that time, a common lab that would be sent drugs that you could not quantify in your lab?
Yes.
I'm going to direct your attention to the lab number of 23-01, excuse me, 01723. It's a case that you were the reporting analyst on, correct?
Yes.
And fair to say that there were several items that were submitted to the toxicology unit as specimens.
Yes.
Including blood, plasma, and urine.
Yes.
And did you work with other members of the toxicology unit to have those specimens screened and then further tested?
Yes, the batch process was followed.
And as far as any screening tests, did you yourself do any screening tests on these items?
Yes.
What screening test did you do?
The screening for the alcohol.
And was there any alcohol present?
No.
And in this screening for alcohol, does it just tell you whether it was detected or not detected?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you don't have a result, there's nothing further to do.
Correct.
Now, as far as the blood that was tested in this case, in the urine, you were aware that there were screening tests done for what's called the ELISA screen, benzodiazepines, and general unknown screens for these samples, correct?
Yes, that's usually our protocol.
And in any of those circumstances, were there positive results?
Yes.
And as it pertained to the positive results, what's your understanding of what was positive?
So to my knowledge, it was positive for the benzodiazepine panel in ELISA. That would have gotten further confirmatory testing done on it to see the levels as well as the individual types of benzos that were present in the blood. And the same was for the urine as well. We also identified a few substances via our general unknown screen, which was confirmed in blood and urine.
Now, as far as...
Counsel, is there an agreement as to whose blood is being tested at this point instead of just by the number?
Yes.
I mean, it might be easier for everybody, for the jury to follow.
So would Your Honor just like you to read the results?
No, just instead of referring to it by a number, well, let me see it sidebar.
I tell you that your report was previously entered as Exhibit 183. Have you had the opportunity to review your report before coming today?
Yes.
And so the lab number that we've been referring to, you're aware that the person associated with that lab number was actually a woman by the name of Lindsay Clancy.
Yes.
Okay. Now, as far as the testing that was done, you received results to the positive benzodiazepines in the screen, and then it was confirmed, correct?
Correct.
How many benzodiazepines were present?
There were at least 4 or 5.
Okay. And were you able to get concentration levels from the blood samples after that screen and the confirmatory tests?
Yes.
And again, already in evidence, but the toxicology report for item 10-101 on the blood with those benzodiazepines, there's diazepam, correct?
Yes.
Norodiazepam,
Yes.
oxazepam,
Yep.
temazepam,
Yes.
and lorazepam.
Yes.
And as far as your review of the testing on those substances and the concentration levels, did anything about any of those levels stand out to you as far as based on your training and experience?
Only that they were reportable.
Okay. Are you familiar whether they're in any sort of therapeutic level for any of those drugs?
I'm not sure.
Okay. You mentioned there were also other substances that were detected in the general unknown screen, correct?
Yes.
And that would have been mirtazapine, lamotrigine, quetiapine metabolite, and trazodone.
Yes.
And was your lab able to get concentration levels for those?
No.
And so what did you do, or what was done with the samples or the specimens as it pertained to those substances?
To my knowledge, they were sent to NMS labs.
And you've previously stated that you are trained on effects of certain types of drugs, but your limitation is you don't know how it affects a particular individual, correct?
Correct.
These particular 5 benzodiazepines, do you know where they fall in the type of drug, what the general effects of those drugs are?
Benzos tend to be central nervous system depressants.
Okay. And the ones that were detected, but you don't have the levels for, mirtazapine, and the list I read, what category are those drugs?
Those tend to also be central nervous system depressants. Quetiapine in particular is usually known to treat bipolar disorder or schizophrenia.
And as it pertains to the presence of the 5 benzodiazepines, your testing is limited in that you don't know whether that was from one medication or multiple medications, correct?
Correct, because the nordiazepam, oxazepam, and temazepam tend to be metabolites of diazepam.
No further questions.
Attorney Reagan.
Morning.
Morning.
How you doing?
Not too bad yourself.
All right. Just a couple of brief questions. First of all, this would be a blood sample that was taken from Lindsay on a particular, like one day. This is not a panel of a bunch of different samples, right?
To my knowledge, there would have been a few different test tubes submitted to us.
Okay, test tubes, but when you draw in other words, when you draw the blood, it would basically be the same time that they put it in different test tubes.
Yes, I'm not familiar with these specific ones, like if they were done over a span of time, but usually.
That's fair enough. I mean, but you have the test tubes and you know that it's Lindsay Clancy's blood, right?
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that that's a fairly large number of drugs and metabolites that are in that particular blood sample, right?
I have seen more.
I'm sure, but nevertheless, that's still a large number of drugs, though, right?
Yeah, there's quite a few.
And you don't know, as a working your job for the state police at that time, you don't know how many of these drugs are coming from scripts, prescriptions, and things of that nature, right?
No.
One of the things that you had mentioned were metabolites, and you said that because the district attorney asked you about different benzodiazepines, this PAM, that PAM, this PAM, that PAM, and then you responded and said, yeah, but there's a lot of metabolites involved in that, right? What does that mean?
So a metabolite is just a breakdown of anything usually by the body. So you have what we call a parent drug, and the body, if you ingest that, the body would then break it down or put it into a more digestible form in order to get rid of it.
Okay. So when you have a number of metabolites, for example, someone may have a prescription for amitriptyline or a prescription for Zoloft or Ativan or something. And they take the pill and it's in their system, and then over time it would metabolize and there'd be different PAMs or whatever it is that would break down into the blood. Is that right?
Yes.
How about tetrahydrocannabinols, THC, marijuana? What was the level on that?
To my knowledge, we didn't find any.
No marijuana, right?
Correct.
Thank you very much, sir.
All right. Attorney Buckingham, any redirect?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. You sit down there. Come on.
Your Honor, at this time, upon agreement, I'd ask to admit as the next exhibit just a chart that the parties have agreed upon that lists the brand names of some of the drugs that have been. And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a forensic toxicologist for NMS Laboratories.
And where's that laboratory located?
The laboratory is located in Horsham, Pennsylvania, just north of Philadelphia.
And what does your laboratory do?
We are a reference laboratory. We do postmortem work, clinical work, and forensic drug work. So primarily my role is on the forensic side. I'm a forensic toxicologist.
And does your lab receive specimens from all across the country?
We do. We have clients in all 50 states. We do approximately half of the postmortem work in the United States, as well as a large number of clinical clients.
And is your lab accredited across several states and across the country?
We are, because we deal with all the states in the United States, all the states in the country. We are accredited by just about every accrediting body that I'm aware of in the clinical and forensic aspects, as well as a lot of state certifications. So a lot of states have their own requirements. The most notable one is like New York State. So we're accredited by, again, every accrediting body that I'm aware of.
Okay. And how long have you worked for NMS Laboratory?
4 years as of August 1st.
Okay. And what's your educational background as a forensic toxicologist?
I have a PhD in organic chemistry. And my role is to review every aspect of that case. So I'm making sure that everything on the toxicology report is complete and accurate, such as all the demographic information that we have available to us, the name of the decedent or the patient, date of birth, where it's from, the specimens that we received, and then also that all of everything that is reported is complete and accurate, making sure that all the drugs that were tested for are reported, that the reported concentrations are correct and accurate, and looking at every piece of raw data accumulated from the laboratory with that case, associated with that case.
Fair to say the NMS Laboratory uses a batch review workflow.
That is correct. So we not only run the cases in batches, so we don't run one case at a time. That's not very efficient. I don't really know of any laboratory that does that anymore. So we will run cases, 10, 15, 30 or 40 at a time.
So as far as running a particular tests and getting the raw data, that's usually done by other people in the laboratory, correct?
That is correct.
And then you come in at the end and review everything and have the ability to interpret the data.
That is correct.
Your training and experience as a forensic toxicologist, does that allow you to interpret concentration levels of particular types of drugs?
It does.
Okay. Now, as far as the testing done at NMS Laboratories, the traditional testing is kind of the drug testing, the panels for different common drugs, correct?
Typically, we have clients request panels to be run where we're looking for multiple drugs and classes of drugs at a time.
But are there circumstances when outside laboratories or outside individuals retain your lab in order to run specific tests?
Oh, absolutely.
Now, I'm going to draw your attention to this particular case. Was your laboratory provided a blood sample from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab in April of 2023?
I believe so. I'd really like to see the toxicology report so I can just confirm all of that, please.
Sure.
I have no objection to that.
Sure.
Thank you so much.
You can hang on to that.
That's fine.
Okay. Correct. We received the specimens on April 7th, 2023.
And it came from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
No. I don't know where they were initially sent from, but the client or the submitting agency is the District Attorney's Office of Plymouth.
Okay. Now, as it pertains to the requested testing that was done, was it that panel that you described, or was it more specific testing?
This is what we call direct testing, where they requested just 4 specific drugs to be tested for.
And what were the 4 specific tests requested?
Lamotrigine, mirtazapine, quetiapine, and trazodone.
Are you familiar with those substances or those drugs?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you reviewed all of the data and information done at your lab in regards to these tests, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Were they able to identify concentration levels in the sample that was submitted for each one of those 4 substances?
Yes, ma'am.
And for the first, can you tell us what the result was?
Would you like me just to run down the list?
Sure.
Okay. We detected lamotrigine in a concentration of 6.1 micrograms per milliliter, mirtazapine at a concentration of 200 nanograms per milliliter, quetiapine at a concentration of 1,800 nanograms per milliliter, and trazodone at a concentration of 0.44 micrograms per milliliter, and these were all in blood.
In blood. And so with each drug that you just listed, are you familiar with what the common name is for the drugs?
I'm not always that great with common names, but I can wing it.
Okay. Well, the lamotrigine, and forgive me if I botched
That's okay.
the pronunciation, that's also referred to commonly as Lamictal.
It is, correct, Lamictal.
What kind of drug is that?
It's typically used as an anti-seizure medication. So if somebody has a seizure disorder, it can be prescribed to alleviate seizures, but it is also used for bipolar disorder as well.
And mirtazapine, fair to say that's commonly referred to as Remeron.
Correct.
And what kind of drug is that?
That isn't typically an antidepressant.
And quetiapine, what's that common drug?
Quetiapine is known as Seroquel.
And fair to say that's an antipsychotic as well for bipolar?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar with whether that often can be prescribed in low doses for sleep?
It is. It can be for insomnia.
And trazodone, what's the common name for trazodone, if you know?
I am drawing a blank on the trazodone.
If I suggest trazamine, is that familiar?
Not the one I'm most familiar with, and I apologize.
That's okay, but you're familiar with trazodone.
Correct, yeah.
And what class of drug is that?
That's an antidepressant.
Now, in your review of the levels that were detected in these 4 tests for each of these substances, do any of these levels appear to be outside therapeutic concentration levels?
The only one that's a little elevated would be the quetiapine.
Okay.
So we're gonna take a very short break at this time, all right? So this will be a short break, and we'll come right back, all right?
All right. Please go to notebooks, place them on the chairs. This way, please.
Okay, we're on short break. Well, it's getting heated on X. The Lindsay Clancy murderer groupies are coming after me. I think it's like all the people that supported Karen Reed have moved over to Lindsay Clancy. So
We'll be right.
while we're on
this will
break,
be a
I'll just
short
show you
break.
this quickly.
For a short recess, we'll come right back.
Oh, are we going to do arguments?
Hopefully not.
Oh, okay. I thought they were going to do some arguing outside the jury. So this is what I wrote. Lindsay Clancy trial, day 5. Jurors hear testimony that Clancy told her providers that since killing her children, her outlook had improved. That's what happened. February 7th, February 8th. Her outlook is improving. She's more hopeful about her future. Could have included that too. And I just wrote very quickly, Clancy was looking forward to a life without her children. So Defense Diaries, who surveys what the popular opinion is before he makes one. How I know that is because he told someone that I spoke to that he was waiting to see what the popular opinion was on a case before he started talking about it, before he decided which way he was going to go. What a way to talk about these cases. What trial are you watching? You are fabricating. Not fabricating. I listened to all the testimony. This is a lie. Wow, lie much? We just... that is not what was implied. Future thinking, meaning she was asking about getting a lawyer, next steps. Strangely, she asked about getting a lawyer immediately. Her concern was totally for herself and no concern for her 3 kids that she just murdered and no grief. But never mind that. Twisting the testimony like a pretzel. After wanting a do not resuscitate because she felt like her brain and body were broken, or she wanted to avoid the consequences for murdering her 3 children. Maybe that's why she wanted a do not resuscitate. The suicide attempt was just for drama. She didn't think it would paralyze her. True. We'll never be listening to you again. You are disgusting and reckless, Betty Draper, 76, says. You are disgusting and reckless and misrepresenting this testimony. I am embarrassed to have ever subscribed, and you should consider using an AI voice or stop smoking. I don't smoke, but this is my voice. There's nothing I can do to change it. All right. That's a lie, and you know it. No, I don't know it. This is exactly why I unsubscribed from your channel. Outlook improved, meaning she no longer actively plotting her suicide, or was she no longer outlook improved because what mother's outlook improves after she murdered her 3 kids? Just think about your pets. My pets were murdered. I would not be okay. Weeks later. Roberta Glass, you are a lying fraud. Pack it in. This is false. I've watched every minute of this trial. You fucking liars. Are you some sort of an idiot? Just like, you are a liar. You are insane. Wait, where's the one where my favorite one? Thought you would find this common interesting since it never happened. It never happened, guys. But then if you prove it, some people say it did happen, I just misinterpreted it. So did it not happen, or did I misinterpret it? Your opinion couldn't matter less. Couldn't matter less. So maybe you mind your own business. The only reason you're here is because you're a miserable turd, addicted to spewing negativity. You don't care about justice. You don't care about free speech. You're a drain on society. Who testified to this? My favorite one, though, is this one. Wait, hold on 1 second. That is a lie. I think it is, hold on one second. Let's go back to see where we are. I think she's going to get away with it. I do. I think she's going to get a light sentence. That's where I see it going. I don't think this prosecution team is landing. I don't think their narrative is landing. Here's what True Crimes had to say about some of the medical testimony. Let me show you some of this while we're waiting.
Hi, everyone. So we just ended day 5 of the Lindsay Clancy trial, and I've just been reviewing some of the medical information because it seems like the defense may be exaggerating things or making it seem a lot worse than it really is, which of course is his job. But I just wanted to pinpoint some of the things that he said and to get a more realistic view. And I just happened to get a link, an email from Reddit saying, oh, here's a crazy conspiracy theory, a wild theory. So I looked it up and it's already been removed. And I was just taking a glance through the comments, and all these people are writing, oh, this is not constructive. How could you come up with something like this? Are you a bot? This is really stupid, blah, 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 blah. So all these people are attacking this person. I have no idea what they wrote, but it's a pile on. So things are getting heated within the message boards, whether you go to Twitter or Reddit or Facebook. I don't know what the theory was, but I just wanted to, when things get heated and divisive like this, and there are no doubt supporters on each side, sometimes when you're over the target, that's when you're going to get the most heat. So if you have a theory that may seem unpopular, don't back down, because there's a lot of pushback. Those could be trolls for the defense or the prosecution, whichever one it may be. I just wanted to mention that because, it's getting really wild here. And, we're only just beginning the first week of this trial, and it's getting heated already. I just have to mention that too, because while we're going through the trial and, making up our minds for, which side we land on, I go back and forth with theories. Whatever theory, you can't get too wild with theories, in my opinion. Truth is stranger than fiction, right? And there are all kinds of scenarios. And I just want to mention that I'm getting different theories as well. And, we're just going to continue on and see how things pan out in trial. A couple of things to stand out is that we started this trial with Patrick Clancy claiming they had a perfect marriage. They said they love each other 10 times a day. And then today we found out that one of the first things that Lindsay Clancy did when she was in the hospital, when her tube was taken out, her intubation, and she could talk, the first thing she wanted to do was get a lawyer. And she also wanted that the person who had power over medical decisions for her to switch from her husband to her parents. So she didn't want her husband having any say over medical decisions for her. And this witness here, this nurse, Rochelle Amid, confirmed that. It was to this nurse that Lindsay made the request.
Afternoon, I think. Yeah. How many years you been a nurse?
11.
And you obviously take that position as very serious, and your concern is to protect your patient. Is that right?
That is.
You made reference to the fact that she was changing her her documents as far as healthcare proxy.
Yes.
Did you know anything? Did you know who she was changing it from, her husband to her mother and father, or did you know anything about the specifics?
She was changing it from Patrick to her parents.
Thank you. And finally.
Okay, I got the recording from another nurse, Megan Collins. I don't know if the earlier nurse made it. The earlier nurse, Shell, said that's the first thing that Lindsay asked for was a lawyer, and the nurse put in a request to the social worker. So this is surprising. So we're hearing that one of the first things, well, a few days, as soon as she was able to talk, she wanted to change her proxy, her health, making decisions for her. So this does not go along with the idea of the perfect marriage. And that, this is a reason why there's going to be multiple theories out there of what they think is really going on with this situation. But besides all this, I want to talk about the medical stuff for a second.
Okay, and that punctures through the chest into what, the lungs?
The lungs.
Okay, the lungs. And when they placed the chest tubes, at this point, shortly after admission, there was 100 to 300 cc's of blood from each chest tube? What does that mean?
That's the output they got once they put the chest tube.
Again,
So you hear he's emphasizing it. She was 100 to 200 cc's of blood in each lung, and he's So for those of us who are not medically oriented, how much you can look up how much is a cc to a tablespoon or a cup. So I just want to point out that I'll put cups. Right, cups should be.
Well, also that needles are in cc's. Right? Don't you get... Aren't needles done in cc's? Am I wrong on that?
Clear for everyone. So 100 cc's of blood is less than half a cup. So she lost about 300 cc's. That's 1.2 cups of blood. And I have to wonder, how much blood did she lose in that bedroom, right? She had all that blood all over the floor and on the bed, everywhere. How much would you guess liquid that was, compared to what she lost? So it sounds like he's emphasizing this to try to make it seem life death. And, she was in rough shape, not debating that. So, but then I looked up, later on, I said, well, how much cc's of blood would kill you? How many cc's? And it says here, death from blood loss is typically associated with a loss of more than 2,000 cc's or 2 liters, which represents over 40% of the average adult's blood volume. So losing more than 2,000 cc's causes profound hypertension, unconsciousness, organ failure. It says the average adult has about 4,500 to 5,000 cc's of blood. So losing up to 750 cc's is usually survivable without a transfusion. So if it's only 750 cc's, only, right? I'm saying that only, but you can survive without a transfusion up to 750 cc's. While 750 through 2,000 would cause severe shock. So I just wanted to keep that in mind as Reddington here is going off. She lost 300 cc's of blood. I'll play it again.
That's the output they got once they put the chest tube in?
Okay. So when they put the chest tube in, it drained 100 to 300 cc's of blood. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then after that, again, shortly after admission to the hospital, coming from South Shore Hospital, she then got a massive transfusion protocol, which you told us about, right?
Yes.
And what does that mean?
Means she gets, we have a protocol that with blood, blood products.
Okay.
She gets infused rapidly.
And was there a notice shortly after arrival to the ICU, she was being turned and had 30 cc's of clear fluid that came out of her nose. Is that right?
So he also made a big deal about 30 cc's of clear liquid, coming out of her.
I just wanted to say I'm so happy True Crimes Podcast is back talking about these cases. It's like a real joy to hear your laugh. And we all laugh like that. It's like this laugh that you get when you're just like you're so familiar with these defense tactics and these innocence fraud tactics. 100 to 200 cc's of blood. It's like half a cup. It sounds like a lot. 100, 200. That sounds like it's going to be a, hefty amount of blood.
Nose. So let's see. Let's put this in tablespoons now, because 30 cc's is going to be really small. So how many cc's in a tablespoon here? So we go to 30 cc's for how much snot was in her nose, and it turns out it's about 2 tablespoons of liquid. So it's a noticeable amount, but it's not gushing out like clear liquid, like just nonstop streaming like a waterfall or anything. It does look, but I'm just saying, keeping a perspective of how much these cc's really are, because if you listen to the defense, I mean, she's bleeding out all over like an Ebola victim, right? She's just blood and mucus is just gushing from everywhere, So you can really see him playing this up with the cc's and everything else, especially the CSF, or the cerebral spinal fluid, kept, saying that it looks like that happened. It looks like it could have been that, they don't know. So so this is another thing he's really jumping on. Now, going back to changing the health proxy that Lindsay asked for, the prosecution wisely pointed out, well, didn't there have to be a mental health evaluation to make sure Lindsay was in right mind to make this request? And so it shows Lindsay was thinking coherently, and her request was approved.
And my role as the ICU nurse is advocacy on behalf of the patient.
All right, jurors enter. This court's now in session. Please be seated.
All right, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including Ms. Clancy and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Counsel?
Thank you. Dr. Brower, before we broke, we mentioned the term therapeutic concentration. You familiar with that term?
Correct.
What does that mean?
It's the typical concentration that one would achieve when they're taking the medication or drug as indicated by their prescriber.
And are you familiar with toxic concentrations or suicidal concentrations?
I am.
And what does that mean?
Those are concentrations that could lead to adverse events and potentially death.
Now, in relation to the 4 substances that were tested at the NMS laboratory, you identified the levels for each of the 4 substances. Were any of those concentration levels considered within therapeutic concentration?
It would all be in what I would say a therapeutic concentration, except maybe the quetiapine, which is slightly elevated.
Okay. And in your experience as a forensic toxicologist, have you had the occasion to review cases, post-mortem cases in which suicide was a mechanism of death where the person consumed medication?
Absolutely, yes.
And so that level of the quetiapine at the 800 nanograms per milliliter, would that have been in that toxic or suicidal level?
No, ma'am.
Would you generally expect to see that significantly greater in a suicide case?
Typically, quetiapines in suicide cases might be in the, close to 10,000 nanograms per milliliter. Usually people take handfuls of pills when they're trying to harm themselves and take their own life. And this is not consistent with that.
Now, are you also familiar in your training and experience with the class of drugs called benzodiazepines?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you have the occasion to interpret data as it pertains to concentration levels for those?
Every single day.
And as far as the substances diazepam, noradiazepam, oxazepam, temazepam, lorazepam, you're familiar with those?
I am.
And it's fair to say noradiazepam, oxazepam, temazepam, those are all metabolites of diazepam?
Typically, yes, ma'am.
And what's the common name for diazepam?
Valium.
Okay. If I show you what's been marked as Exhibit 183 already. Can you see that on the screen beside you?
I can, yes.
Okay.
Right there.
Can you see the levels?
They're all blurry.
Yep, hold on. There we go.
My eyesight's not great too, so
Okay, so
That's perfect.
That's the best I can do with the autofocus.
don't touch it.
Anything about the levels that you observed here regarding those substances, those benzodiazepines, that tell you that they're outside therapeutic concentration levels?
The diazepam and the nordiazepam, oxazepam, and temazepam metabolites, the diazepam looks to be sub-therapeutic, meaning lower than what is typically expected from a therapeutic dose. Most therapeutic doses of diazepam, which is an anxiolytic drug or an anti-anxiety drug, are typically 200, 250 thereabouts nanogram per milliliter. The lorazepam, depending upon the dose, could be a therapeutic concentration, if not maybe a little bit lower than expected.
Okay, thank you. Now, when you're reviewing these cases as the reporting forensic toxicologist, are there limitations on what you can say about the effects of these types of medications?
We can speak as to the general effects that drugs can have on the general population, but we try to restrict ourselves from saying with absolute certainty that a drug will have this effect on this specific person, because we just aren't there to witness their behavior.
Okay, so that was kind of the follow-up. So
I'm sorry.
What are the things that are the unknowns for you when you're just looking at data?
When we say that we can't do toxicology in a vacuum. You can't know everything about the case just by looking at numbers on the toxicology report and drugs on a toxicology report. You need other information to have an informed opinion. In the postmortem world, that would be the investigation itself, the history of the case, the scene findings, interviews with families and friends of the decedent. As well as autopsy findings as well. In a case like this where it's not a decedent and the person is alive, you still need to know some facts of the case, some sort of history of the case, like what happened. So just numbers on a page, you can just make very generalized types of opinions, such as that looks to be therapeutic, it looks to be high, it looks to be low, and then again, just the general effects on the drugs on people.
And in this particular instance, you were not provided any further information about the case or the investigation in order to make any more opinions about effects.
I knew nothing about this case until we spoke, I think it was probably a few weeks ago.
And as far as the information available to you, you only had the data from the specimen that was tested, correct?
That is correct. Just these 4 drugs that were requested to be tested for.
And as far as the drugs, the 4 drugs that were tested by your lab, what are the general characteristics of some of those drugs?
So these are generally antidepressants and antipsychotic medications. So if somebody had, the lamotrigine, if somebody has, say, bipolar disorder, like wild mood swings, depressive episodes or psychotic episodes, these drugs could be prescribed. They also have depressant effects, so they could make people become lethargic or sleepy.
Okay. And would any of the combination of these drugs cause a person to stop breathing?
It's possible, especially the mirtazapine, quetiapine, the trazodone, and then the two other benzodiazepines. Those are all central nervous system depressants, so they could, in large combinations or large concentrations and in combination with each other, cause central nervous system depression, which could reduce people's respiration rates.
But in the levels that you observed in the testing that your lab did, as well as what I just showed you from Exhibit 183, is there anything about those concentration levels that would give you a sense that the person could have stopped breathing as a result of these?
Not necessarily, but if I had the information that, a patient presented to an emergency department and they had labored breathing and weren't breathing adequately, and I had this information, then you could probably tie all that together. But without that extra information, then generally no.
Based on the levels alone, you can't give any sort of opinion?
I would like to not.
Okay. And finally, are you familiar with the drug Narcan?
I am.
And what kind of effect does the drug Narcan have on a person who has consumed these drugs, if any?
Just these drugs that we've talked about here today?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Absolutely nothing.
Can you explain to us why it is that Narcan wouldn't have an effect?
Narcan is an opioid overdose reversal agent. It is an opioid antagonist. So it binds to the opioid receptors, so it doesn't allow other opioids like, say, fentanyl or oxycodone to bind to those receptors to have, to exert its effects. So it only works on opioids. None of these drugs work on the opioid receptors, so Narcan would have no effect whatsoever on these drugs.
Okay, thank you.
Attorney Reddington.
Good morning.
Dr. Brower, so one of the things that you had mentioned is that you, and I think I would quote you, I would like not to give an opinion without basically the underlying facts. In other words, what you're saying is that the numbers alone do not tell the tale of what happened to a particular individual, right?
Correct. They don't tell the entire story.
Right. And you're, for NMS Laboratory, you were retained or working for the DA's office, these people here, right?
That was the submitting agency, correct.
And they certainly were not constrained from picking up the phone and calling you and telling you that this is blood from a woman that threw herself out a window and tried to kill herself after cutting her wrists and her neck. They could have told you that, right?
Well, overruled.
It's possible that does happen in rare occasions in high-profile cases.
Right. And so that would have been something, for example, the facts that you wanted to know, that you would have liked to have known to kind of round out your opinion about the actual level of the drugs in the blood that you examined, right?
It's not necessary.
Well, it's not necessary, but you did indicate that you would like to not give an opinion without the facts.
Correct.
Okay.
Today.
From the witness stand.
Correct. I don't have all the information.
Of course. And the word therapeutic, is that consistent with, in other words, the treatment level of a particular narcotic or drug in the blood?
Correct. It's the concentration of the drug in the body to elicit an effect or the desired effect.
She's trying to find the record. As it relates to the therapeutic level, sir, is it your understanding that the lorazepam, the alprazolam, clonazepam, the council had asked you about the benzodiazepines were within therapeutic, thank you, within therapeutic level?
I'm sorry, I had trouble hearing you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. They were within therapeutic level?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the entire question?
Sure. What is lamotrigine?
Lamotrigine is typically used as an anti-seizure medication and could also be used for bipolar disorder.
Okay. Do you have the results for your lab in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Toxicology? Yeah, you can read along just so you can refresh your memory if it helps. The lamotrigine, it says 6.1. What does that mean?
6.1 micrograms per milliliter. So there were 6.1 micrograms of lamotrigine per milliliter of blood.
All right. Is that above therapeutic, below therapeutic, or therapeutic?
It's right in the middle of the therapeutic range.
So if somebody had a prescription, for example, for that narcotic or that drug, then they were taking the drug according to the recommended dose, right?
And that's what it would appear to me if they were prescribed it, correct?
How about the mirtazapine?
The mirtazapine also looks to be probably used appropriately as prescribed.
And you need a prescription for that, don't you?
Yes, you need a prescription for all four of these drugs.
Okay. And what is there another name for mirtazapine?
Remeron.
Remeron. All right. And what is the purpose, or what do you use Remeron for?
It's an antidepressant.
How about the quetiapine is the number 3?
The quetiapine is also known as Seroquel, and that is generally used as an antipsychotic.
And what does that mean when you say an antipsychotic? What does that mean?
So somebody has psychotic episodes, say like hallucinations or just not seeing reality like quote normal person would, they could be prescribed quetiapine as an antipsychotic to try to kind of level out their brain chemistry.
And what was the result on the quetiapine?
1,800 nanograms per milliliter.
Now, is that within therapeutic? Is that below or high?
It looks high to me, depending upon the dosage.
Okay. And trazodone is the next one. What is that?
Trazodone is also an antidepressant.
And what's the result on that?
Oh, I'm sorry. 0.44 micrograms per milliliter.
Okay. And is that therapeutic, below therapeutic, or above therapeutic?
I would say that's a therapeutic concentration.
Okay. So basically, with the exception of the quetiapine that was 1,800 nanograms per... What is a nanogram? What does that mean? Nanograms per milliliter. What does that mean?
It's a very, very small amount. It's 1/millionth of a milligram.
Okay. And that's how you measure the quantity of a particular substance that would be in a person's blood, correct?
In the blood, correct.
So on the quetiapine at 1,800 nanograms per milliliter, that's the only one that was not therapeutic. That was a little higher than therapeutic. Is that correct?
Correct. It's approximately maybe double what you might expect. So when I say it's a little elevated, it's not in a concentration that I would consider to be necessarily toxic or lethal.
Okay. And you don't know, working for NMS Labs, or whether or not a person had a prescription for these drugs, or when they got the prescription, or who gave them the prescription. You don't know that, right?
I have none of that information, no.
You could have known that if somebody had told you that, but you don't know it from looking at the numbers that we have here, right?
Correct. It's possible if they would have given us that information. We don't always need to have it, though.
Sure. All right, this is what I had offered for Kay. It was objected to.
Can I just see it again first?
Oh, sure.
If we can just approach briefly on the issue.
Yeah.
position. You're aware that the patient was looking to change her healthcare proxy, correct?
The patient was changing her healthcare proxy.
Apologies, I have that on speed to re-listen to it. Let me put it at normal speed. And go back. Here we go.
Alert the providers if there's any changes in the mental status.
Now, when they came in and you said advocate for their position, you're aware that the patient was looking to change her healthcare proxy, correct?
The patient was changing her healthcare proxy. That is correct.
And that there has to be an evaluation to determine whether she's of a particular mental status and medically able to make that decision on her own. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall who was present other than yourself and the psych doctors, the doctors from the psychiatric unit?
There was the social worker, myself, and her lawyer was present.
Had
Is that right?
That is.
You made reference to the fact that she was changing her her documents as far as healthcare proxy.
Yes.
Did you know anything? Did you know who she was changing it from? Her husband to her mother and father, or did you know anything about the specifics?
She was changing it from Patrick to her parents.
Thank you. And finally, what is a DNR?
DNR means do not resuscitate.
Do you know?
So Reddington mentioned to the nurse about DNR, and he asked the nurse, were you aware that Lindsay did not want to be resuscitated if she, died? And the nurse said, I was not aware of that. So it looks like he's, I don't know, pointing out that she's still suicidal or something. If you can, make that a, connection with DNR.
Just if I may, excuse me, approach, which basically is an NMS lab report.
Same as this one.
Same numbers on the top, right? Where the square is?
Correct.
Same numbers. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you, sir. That's all I have.
All right.
All right. Yeah, Commonwealth?
Just, Dr. Brower, you, in fact, once got this case for review, you authored a corrected report in regards to this case, correct?
Correct.
At this point, I would move to admit the report as submitted.
All right, that may be admitted as well.
Thank you. Nothing further.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
All right. All right, thank you, Doctor.
Am I released?
You're all set. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, prior to the next witness, the Commonwealth would move to submit 4 stipulations the parties have entered into. The first being a stipulation regarding DNA known standard samples. The second being a stipulation regarding DNA evidence for the blue exercise band and the red-brown stain on the basement floor. The third being the stipulation regarding DNA evidence for the yellow exercise band and the black exercise band. And the fourth being a stipulation regarding DNA comparisons for the blue exercise band and the red-brown stain in the basement.
That's right. We don't need to have all those witnesses.
All right, so those stipulations may be entered as exhibits. Counsel, do you want those published or read to the jury, or satisfied that they'll have those? And the parties can refer to the contents of the stipulations.
The only one we would like to have read to the jury, I'm sorry, are you all set? Take your time.
That's on me. I kind of jumped in there. I'm sorry.
Exhibits 208 through 211. Would be the exhibit 211, the stipulation regarding the comparisons for the blue band and the red-brown stain.
Yeah, If she wants you to read it, I don't have
Sure.
a problem.
Yeah.
I think it was defense that wanted you to read it. I'm fine
Well,
reading it.
you know what? I want to read it. All right, so that's what we'll do. All right, so members of the jury, remember I think it was yesterday or the day before, I talked a little bit about those stipulations. So the same instructions, all right? These are facts that I'm going to read that the parties have agreed to that you can rely on in arriving at your verdict at the end of this case. This is one of 4 that was just introduced. You'll have all 4 of them with you back in the jury room when you're deliberating. But so let me just read this one stipulation. This doesn't mean this stipulation is any more important than any of the other ones, but the parties would like me to just read this one here. All right, so this is a stipulation regarding the DNA comparisons for the blue exercise band and the red-brown stain. It was marked A. Now, in the above captioned matter, the parties agree to the following facts as it pertains to the DNA comparisons for the blue exercise band and the red-brown stain A in the basement. Number 1, forensic scientist Emily Oliver reviewed and interpreted the data relating to the question items, parentheses, item 2-4, blue exercise band, and item 3-3, the red-brown stain A from the basement floor, close parentheses, and conducted comparison analysis to the known standards in this case. Number 2, the parties agreed to the following conclusions regarding comparison analysis of these items. A, item 2-4.1.1, sample from the ends of the blue exercise band. The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors. There are 5 individuals who have a likelihood ratio that indicates an inclusion in the profile. They are Dawson Clancy, Callan Clancy, Cora Clancy, Lindsay Clancy, and Patrick Clancy. B, item 2-4.2.1, sample from the middle of the blue exercise band. The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors. Callan Clancy is included as a major contributor. And C, item 3-3.1, sample of swabs from the red-brown stain A on the basement floor. The DNA profile was interpreted as originating from a single contributor. Cora Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. So that's the stipulation that the parties have agreed to. All right.
And one last stipulation to be marked as the next exhibit, the stipulation regarding the batch work done at NMS Labs. We're not asking that this be read at this
Okay,
time.
all right.
The Commonwealth would call Katerina Stashin.
Come on, ma'am. You stop right there, raise your right hand for the pledge, please.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury and the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. You can have a seat, ma'am.
Watch your step, please.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
Morning. All right. Yeah, Attorney Sprague, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Good morning. My name is Katerina Stashin. My first name is spelled Katarina. Last name is spelled Stashyn.
And can you describe for us your educational background?
I have a bachelor's and master's degree in biotechnology from the University of Nevada, Reno.
And what is your occupation?
I'm currently employed by the Washoe County Sheriff's Office Forensic Science Division, which is located in Reno, Nevada. I'm a criminalist in the biology and forensic investigation sections.
Back in January of 2023, where were you working?
I previously worked for the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory as a forensic scientist in the DNA unit, which is functionally the same role that I currently have in the biology section.
And I'm sorry. We agreed to the DNA. I'm just letting you know that.
Okay, all right.
And I'm just
Respect.
giving that evidence to the jury.
Go ahead.
So When did you start working for the state police?
I worked for the Massachusetts State Police from June 2021 to February of 2025.
And what was the nature of your work for the lab at that time?
As a DNA analyst, I processed evidence items obtained either from a crime scene or from an individual associated with a criminal investigation. These items of evidence would be processed through the laboratory. I then would perform interpretations, comparisons as needed, write reports. I also could perform administrative reviews of other analysts' work and provide expert witness testimony as needed.
And part of your employment at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, did you take competency tests and proficiency tests to guarantee that you were capable and proficient in the areas you were working?
Yes, I took both competency tests after my training and proficiency tests throughout my career at Massachusetts and at my current role.
And have you passed all of those tests?
Yes, I have passed all competency and proficiency tests that I've taken so far in my career.
Can you tell us what is DNA?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, and this is genetic information that is stored in our cells. This is information that makes us who we are, determines how we develop and grow. A person's DNA is inherited approximately half from their mom and half from their dad. DNA is forensically relevant because it is expected that no two individuals will have the same forensic DNA profile.
And is DNA the same in every single cell in a person's body?
Yes, the DNA profile obtained from different cells, different cell types like a blood cell or from a saliva cell or cell in your saliva would have the same DNA profile, barring your mutation.
And can you explain generally the process used to analyze evidence, in this case, the testing involving the defendant, Lindsay Clancy?
The items tested in this case and in all cases will go through a 4-step laboratory process of extraction, quantification, amplification, and detection. And then profiles developed from that laboratory process will be interpreted and compared.
Can you just briefly explain what is extraction and how it's done?
Extraction is the first step of that laboratory process that involves applying a variation of heat and chemicals to a sample. This breaks open cells that are present and releases the DNA and then isolates that DNA.
And was the next step quantification?
Yes.
And what is that and how do you do that?
Quantification is the second step when we determine a reliable estimate for the amount of DNA in those samples that were extracted, and those values are then used to optimize the rest of the process with the goal to obtain a quality profile for that sample.
And the third step, amplification, can you explain that?
Amplification is when we make millions and millions of copies of certain areas of DNA to make it able to be detected and visualized.
And then detection, what is that?
And then the fourth step is separation or detection. This is where we separate out all those millions and millions of copies that we made to make them visual. This produces a DNA profile that an analyst is then able to review and interpret.
And when you worked at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, were there certain standardized protocols and procedures that you used at that lab?
Yes.
And were there controls used in your testing?
Yes.
What does that mean?
So there are 2 different types of controls that were used in our testing. The first is a positive control. This is a sample that contains a known DNA profile, and it is processed alongside evidence samples. So when that known DNA profile is obtained at the end of the process, it confirms that the process is working appropriately. The second type of control is a negative control, and this is a sample that contains no DNA that is also processed alongside evidence samples, and this is able to monitor any contamination and confirm that clean technique is used during testing.
And does your work undergo a review process at the lab, or did it?
Yes, all work goes through 2 stages of review, technical review and administrative review. Technical review is when another qualified analyst reviews all of the work done in the file and in the report. They confirm that all protocols were followed and that correct conclusions were drawn. And then administrative review is when another analyst reviews that file, all of the documentation and the report for overall clerical accuracy and completeness.
And when you worked on lab number 23-01723, evidence involved in the deaths of Cora Clancy, Dawson Clancy, and Callan Clancy. Did you follow the standardized protocols and procedures?
Yes.
Were there any issues with the controls that were present when you did this testing?
All controls were acceptable per the laboratory protocols.
And did your work undergo and pass that review process you just described?
Yes, all work went through both technical and administrative review.
And if we could talk specifically about the work that you did in this case, first, I'd like you to talk about your work done on the yellow exercise band and the black exercise band. Now, you didn't actually handle those items, correct?
I did a portion of the laboratory work for those samples, but I did not handle the actual bands themselves. I handled swabs of those bands.
So at some point in time in the lab, someone took swabs from those bands, and then that was forwarded to the DNA unit, the swabs?
Yes.
Okay. And specifically, there was item 2-2.1.1, swabs from the ends of the yellow exercise band, and item 2-2.2.1, swabs from the middle of the yellow exercise band, correct?
Could I refer to my report to confirm that?
Any objection? Of course.
Thank you. Yes.
And when doing your comparison work, did you also use some DNA profiles that had been generated in the lab for Dawson Clancy, Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, I utilized known standards that were developed from those individuals.
And known standards, are those basically the DNA profiles for each of those individuals?
Yes, known standards are samples collected directly from a known individual for comparison purposes.
Okay. And going to item 2-2.1.1, the swabs from the ends of the yellow exercise band, what were your findings?
So I'm going to start with a general statement for this report as a whole. The presence of multiple first-degree relatives in a mixture DNA profile can impact overall interpretation, including the determination of the number of contributors and likelihood ratios. Relatedness was considered for the following results. For item 2-2.1.1, sample from ends of yellow exercise band located in basement office, 47 Summer Street. The DNA profile is a mixture, including male DNA. Due to the possible relatedness of low-level contributors to this profile, an alternate number of contributors was considered. First, assuming 2 contributors. The DNA profile is a mixture of at least 2 contributors, including male DNA. Contributors 1 and 2 are suitable for comparison. The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors. The DNA profile from this item is at least 1.7 non-nillion times more likely if it originated from Dawson Clancy and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Dawson Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy are excluded from this DNA profile. Assuming 3 contributors. The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors. Contributor 1 is suitable for comparison. Due to limited information and possible relatedness of contributors, contributors 2 and 3 are not suitable for comparison. The DNA profile from this item is at least 920 octillion times more likely if it originated from Dawson Clancy and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Dawson Clancy is included to this DNA profile. Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy are excluded from contributor 1 of this DNA profile.
I'm going to ask you a few questions about what you've just told us. You mentioned the effect of relatedness. What does that mean?
So, as I mentioned, an individual's DNA is inherited approximately 1/2 from their mom and 1/2 from their dad. So this means that there's a lot of DNA shared between relatives, including between parent and children and between siblings. So this can affect the determination of the number of contributors. So when I review the profile to see how many people are in that profile, because there's so much DNA that is shared. So taking that into account, I did two different interpretations, first assuming 2 contributors and the second assuming 3 contributors, again, just due to the complexity of relatedness and its effect on this profile, especially low-level contributors.
And would it be correct to state that when there is this level of relatedness where you have 2 parents and 3 siblings, that you can have false exclusions?
If there is an underassignment of the number of contributors, meaning that the number of contributors is incorrectly assigned lower than it actually is, which is a possibility with relatedness because you're working with less information because that information is shared, the underassigning could lead to false exclusions of true contributors.
Could you also miss some people to include?
Due to the effects of relatedness, it could be difficult to determine number of contributors simply because so much information is shared. Therefore, it is more complex when assigning this number.
And for item 2-2.1.1, the ends of the yellow exercise band, whether you considered 2 contributors or 3 contributors, both of your findings find that Dawson Clancy was a contributor, a potential contributor.
Both propositions, either 2 contributors or 3 contributors, had high inclusionary stats for Dawson Clancy, correct.
Okay. What's a nonillion?
Nonillion is a very large number.
Do you know how many people are on Earth?
I know it's...
This is typical DNA gobbledygook at this point, Judge.
I object to his objection.
That's
ridiculous.
Go ahead.
They're going to talk
You can
about
ask.
non-millions and how many...
Counsel, can I see you over at sidebar?
That's really manipulative for Reddington to start screaming out his objections in front of the jury like that. So they stipulated on a bunch of things that I don't think really matters much. Whose blood was found on the band, how the blood was on these exercise bands that are so disturbing. Right, Reddington knows you don't do that. He just knows that, like, any little benefit that he can get. But I will tell you that her supporters are real and out there and gunning for her. I mean, and that's the way the press is reporting this, like with no skepticism and saying things that like, she allegedly killed her 3 children. They don't say she killed her 3 children after allegedly.
All right, Attorney Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Having psychosis.
1.7 nonillion, is that more than there are people on the Earth?
That is more individuals that are on the Earth, but I would like to clarify that a likelihood ratio is not a random match probability or a rarity of that profile. A likelihood ratio is a ratio that describes the probability of observing the DNA profile if a certain person is included versus the probability of observing that DNA profile if a certain person is excluded or if it is another unknown, unrelated individual.
And you said nonillion is a very high number, correct?
Yes, that's a very large number in my opinion.
So it's a very large probability that Dawson Clancy is a contributor to that mixture.
It is a large likelihood ratio that provides support for the inclusion of Dawson Clancy to the profile.
And then going to item 2-2.2.1, the swabs from the middle of the exercise band, what were your findings for that?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 1.5 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Dawson Clancy and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support that Dawson Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. The DNA profile from this item is at least 3.6 million times more likely if it originated from Callan Clancy and an unknown individual than if it originated from two unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support that Callan Clancy is included as a contributor to this profile. The DNA profile from this item is at least 1.4 billion times more likely if it originated from Patrick Clancy and an unknown individual than if it originated from two unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support that Patrick Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. Cora Clancy and Lindsay Clancy are excluded from this DNA profile. The mixture DNA profile from this item is consistent with having originated from two individuals. There are 3 individuals who have a likelihood ratio that indicates an inclusion. Though there is support for the individual inclusions of Dawson Clancy, Callan Clancy, and Patrick Clancy to the mixture DNA profile, under the stated assumptions, these individuals cannot be present in the mixture together, assuming 1, 2 contributors, and 2, Dawson Clancy is one of the contributors, Callan Clancy and Patrick Clancy cannot be present in the mixture together. Support for inclusion may be impacted by mixtures which contain relative, especially first-degree relatives. Refer to the independent inclusionary statistics above.
So this swab from the middle of the yellow exercise band, you stated was a mixture of 2 contributors, 2 people, correct?
Yes, I determined using my training and experience that the profile was a mixture of 2 contributors.
And then you had 3 possible contributors, Dawson, Callan, and Patrick, for the 2-person mixture. So is it accurate that that relatedness issue was having an effect on those, on that data or that result?
Yes, relatedness of potential contributors was having an effect on this profile. And that is because so much DNA is shared between potential contributors.
And what you stated at the end, that if Dawson Clancy is one of the contributors, then Callan Clancy and Patrick Clancy cannot be present together in that mixture, correct?
Correct.
And Dawson Clancy was the one who had the 1.5 nonillion times more likely if it originated from him, correct?
Yes, the likelihood ratio for Dawson was 1.5 nonillion.
And would it be accurate to state that with male relatives, they share the same YSTR profile?
Yes, male relatives will share the same YSTR profile, barring rare mutation, but YSTR analysis was not done in this case.
Okay. And does that fact, when you have male relatives, does that affect the relatedness complications of your evaluation?
The fact that they're male doesn't necessarily have an effect, but just in general, relatedness has an effect in this case because so much DNA is shared between potential contributors.
And then going to item 2-3.1.1, the swabs from the ends of the black exercise band, you found that that sample was a mixture but wasn't suitable for comparison, correct?
Correct.
And what does it mean to be not suitable for comparison?
I'll read the statement in the report and then I'll clarify as needed. The DNA profile is a mixture, including male DNA, and is not suitable for comparison due to the complexity of the profile, the possibility of at least 5 contributors, and the relatedness of potential contributors.
So was it not suitable for comparison because there were so many potential contributors and many of them who were related?
Yes, there was multiple factors that made this profile not suitable. Relatedness was definitely one of those factors, and per laboratory protocols and validation, if there is any indication of a 5th contributor or more, a profile is not suitable for comparison due to limitations of our technology and software used.
Okay. So basically, if you're examining a profile and it looks like there's 5 or more, your work stops because of the limitations of your equipment.
Correct.
And then going to item 2-3.2.1, the swabs from the middle of the exercise band, what were your findings there?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 870 trillion times more likely if it originated from Dawson Clancy and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Dawson Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. The DNA profile from this item is at least 1.6 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Cora Clancy and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Cora Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. The DNA profile from this item is at least 2,600 times more likely if it originated from Callan Clancy and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Callan Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. The DNA profile from this item is at least 220,000 times more likely if it originated from Patrick Clancy and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Patrick Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. The DNA profile from this item is at least 11 times more likely if it originated from Lindsay Clancy and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides limited support that Lindsay Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. The Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab DNA Unit validation studies showed inclusions for known non-contributors in the likelihood ratio range of at least 2 to 1,000 adventitious support could be attributed to this conclusion. The mixture DNA profile from this item is consistent with having originated from 3 individuals. There are 5 individuals who have a likelihood ratio that indicate an inclusion. Though there is support for the individual inclusions of Dawson Clancy, Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy to the mixture DNA profile, under the stated assumptions, these individuals cannot be present in the mixture together. Assuming 1, 3 contributors, and 2, Cora Clancy is one of the contributors, Dawson Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy cannot be present in the mixture together. Support for inclusion may be impacted by mixtures which contain relatives, especially first-degree relatives. Refer to the independent inclusionary statistics above.
And so again here, you're dealing with the effect of the relatedness of the parties, correct?
Correct. Relatedness is having an effect on potential contributors again to this profile. I'd just like to say that likelihood ratios are calculated independently for each person. They are not to show a likelihood ratio for more than one person or multiple people together in a profile. And again, because so much DNA is shared between potential contributors, that is why we're seeing some of the things we're seeing in this report.
And for this item, the middle of the black exercise band, the highest number of possible inclusion was the 1.6 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Cora Clancy and 2 unknown individuals, correct?
Yes, the highest statistic for this item was a likelihood ratio of 1.6 nonillion for Cora Clancy.
And based on your analysis of the data that you had, you determined it was a mixture of 3 contributors, correct?
Correct.
And so when you have the 3 contributors and Cora Clancy has the highest likelihood of being a contributor, if you include her in the mixture, the other 4 members of the family are excluded, correct?
Assuming 1, 3 contributors, and 2, Cora Clancy is one of the contributors, Dawson Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy cannot be present in the mixture together. Again, those statistics are all calculated independently and don't say anything about those people being in the mixture together.
And moving on to some other work you did in this case, specifically some swabs from the back side of the house, some shingles on 47 Summer Street in Duxbury, items 14-1, 14-2, and 14-3. Did you do work on those samples as well and compare them to the known profiles of Dawson Clancy, Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy?
Your Honor, may I refer to my second report for these items? Thank you. Yes, I did work on those items in my second report.
And direct your attention to item 14-1, a swab from stain B on the backside of the house, 47 Summer Street. What were your findings regarding that swab?
The female DNA profile was interpreted as originating from a single contributor. The DNA profile from this item is at least 18 octillion times more likely if it originated from Lindsay Clancy than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support that Lindsay Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. Dawson Clancy, Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, and Patrick Clancy are excluded from this DNA profile.
And so unlike the samples and profiles we talked about earlier, this sample 14-1, the swab from stain B, wasn't a mixture, correct? It was just one person's DNA?
Correct. This was a single contributor profile.
And your findings was that Lindsay Clancy is at least 18 octillion times more likely if it originated from Lindsay Clancy than an unknown, unrelated individual.
The DNA profile from this item is at least 18 octillion times more likely if it originated from Lindsay Clancy than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support that Lindsay Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile.
And so it's support that she's included as a contributor to this profile of one person, correct?
Yes, there is support with a likelihood ratio of 18 octillion for Lindsay Clancy.
And the other members of the family were excluded, correct?
Correct.
And then item 14-2, the swab from stain C on the backside of the house, 47 Summer Street. That profile was a mixture and not suitable for comparison, correct?
Correct. The DNA profile is a mixture and is not suitable for comparison due to the quality of the profile.
And what does it mean when something's not suitable due to the quality of the profile?
This was a low-level profile with not enough information to be interpreted.
Do you have to have a certain level of information in the data to make findings based on your protocols and procedures at the lab?
Yes, there are protocols and procedures that determine how we can determine our number of contributors, and therefore if there's not enough information, a profile is not suitable for interpretation or comparisons.
And then item 14-3, the swab from stain D on the back of the home, 47 Summer Street. What were your findings for that swab?
The female DNA profile was interpreted as originating from a single contributor. The DNA profile from this item is at least 96 trillion times more likely if it originated from Lindsay Clancy than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support that Lindsay Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. Dawson Clancy, Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, and Patrick Clancy are excluded from this DNA profile.
And again, this is a single contributor, so the DNA profile of one person was found on the swab, correct?
Correct.
I have nothing further, thank you.
Reddington? All right, thank you, Ms. Step down, thank you.
Thank you.
The Commonwealth would call Elaine Rosie as its next witness.
Good morning. Please stop right there. Raise your right hand for the clerk, please.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court will not between the Commonwealth and the defendant of the should be the truth?
Just stop right there, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you. All right, counsel.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
My first name is Elaine Rossi,
Can you spell your last name for the record?
Rossi.
And what city or town do you live in?
I live in Kingston.
What do you do for work?
I'm a nanny
How long have you been a nanny?
for about 15 years now.
In July of 2022, did you become familiar with the Clancy family?
I did.
And how did you become involved with their family?
I answered a Facebook advertisement seeking a part-time nanny position.
And who posted that advertisement?
Lindsay did.
And did she respond to your message?
I responded to her message.
Right. And so you said you were interested, right?
I did.
And then did she respond to you?
She did.
So did you have then communication back and forth with her about possibly taking on a nannying position for their family?
Yes, we did.
Okay. That was on July 22nd of 2022 that that initial back and forth occurred, correct?
Correct.
And as a result of your initial communication with her, did you end up setting up a time to come meet their family?
We did.
And how did that happen? Where did you meet them?
I met at their residence in the backyard of their home.
And that would be 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
Correct.
And when you went to their home, were you able to meet the children?
Yes.
And how many children were there?
3.
And who were they?
Cora, Dawson, and Callan.
And present at that meeting that you had in their backyard were also Patrick and Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of kind of meeting at their home in the backyard?
It was to get familiar with the kids, just for an introductory meeting. I got to hold Callan and play with Cora and Dawson a little bit and talk to Lindsay and Patrick.
And so at that time, Cora was 4, right?
Yes.
And Dawson was 3.
Yes.
And Callan was an infant.
Yes.
Now, as a result of your kind of interview or interaction with them, what eventually happened with your relationship with the Clancys? Did you become their nanny?
I did.
And did you communicate with Lindsay about what the expectations of the job were going to be?
I did.
So what was your role or your expectations of the role?
My role was to take care of Callan when she went back to work.
Okay. And did you know when that was expected to happen?
I believe right around Thanksgiving.
And did you start working for them prior to that? Prior to November?
Yes, I did. I started first week in September of 2022.
And so while the original terms were for you to primarily watch Callan, did you take on a slightly different role in between September and November?
I did.
And so what were the responsibilities, or what did the Clancys ask you to do for the family during the time of September through essentially when you stopped working for them?
It was to get to know the family, to get to know how they worked as a family, to get to know their schedule, and essentially mostly to take care of Callan. Occasionally, Cora and Dawson would be home, and I would interact with them as well.
So going into it, you knew that you would sometimes be spending time with Cora and Dawson.
Yes.
But to your understanding, were they at the home all the time?
No, they were at school.
And other than caring for Callan, did you agree to take on some other responsibilities in the household?
I did.
And what were those responsibilities?
It was food prep, light housekeeping, laundry, things like that.
Was that something that you offered to do as part of your services, or were you asked to do it?
I offered initially. I said that those were things I did as a nanny for previous families.
And what was your expected schedule going to be for the Clancys?
It was 3 days a week. I believe it was 8:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m.
Okay. And was the 3 days a set schedule, or was the expectation that it might change?
Initially it was set, and then it changed.
As far as your original expectation, fair to say, you were originally asked to do Monday, Tuesdays, and Thursdays?
Correct.
And then as you started working for them, you were asked to kind of adjust some of the days?
Yes.
And was that something that you could do?
If I could, I would.
And how about the time? You said from 8:30 to 1:30. Were the times flexible too?
Yes, sometimes it was 9 to 1:30. That was about the only difference.
Okay.
It was about a half hour.
And how would you communicate with Lindsay?
So we communicated via text a lot. Lindsay also had a notebook in her kitchen that we communicate. Oh, she would leave notes for me for the activities or the instructions for me for the day.
Okay. And you said, the week of Labor Day. That was your first week with the Clancy family, right? And primarily during that week, did you care for Callan?
Yes, I did.
Did they come to call you something particular as far as like a nickname?
They called me Lainey.
Okay. And that was something the kids called you as well as Patrick and
Yes.
Lizzy? Okay. So, I'm going to just show you what's been marked as Exhibit 150.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. If you want to just take a quick look inside of it. You can flip through the pages if that's helpful.
Okay.
Does the handwriting in that notebook look familiar to you?
It does.
And fair to say there's two different handwritings, right? Did you come to know one of the handwritings as Lindsay's handwriting?
I thought all of it was Lindsay's.
Okay, but as far as the second set of handwriting, do you recognize?
Oh, it's mine.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. And so is this the notebook that you would kind of communicate with her back and forth about Callan and his schedule?
It is.
And fair to say she left you pretty detailed instructions
She did.
on his care.
Yes, she did.
And you were aware that she was very particular about sleep and food and keeping on a schedule, right?
Yes.
And so that's the purpose of this notebook.
Yes.
When you would come to the household in the morning, would you often interact with Lindsay prior to taking care of taking the baby?
Sometimes if she was there, I would interact with her. Some mornings she wasn't there.
If she wasn't there, was Patrick home?
Yes.
And did you know where she was when she wasn't there?
Sometimes she'd leave in the notebook that she was in the basement working out. Sometimes she'd drop the kids off to school.
And would you often see her throughout the day when you were there from your 9 to 1 shift?
Yes.
But there would be times when you would see her come back to the home?
Yes.
And in those times when she left, sometimes she had the other 2 children with her, correct?
Correct.
And sometimes she did not?
No.
At times, were you left with all 3 children?
I think on one occasion I was.
And would you get there before or after Cora and Dawson would be off to school, usually?
Most times I would be pulling in the driveway and they would be waiting to say goodbye to me or hello to me.
And you're aware that they did not have school on Tuesdays, right? Were you aware?
I don't remember, sorry.
Okay. When you started working for the Clancy family, was there conversation with Lindsay about Callan not taking a bottle?
I don't remember that.
Did you often feed him a bottle when you were caring for him?
I did.
And do you recall at one point that you actually videoed Callan taking a bottle and sent it to Lindsay?
Oh, yes, I did. Yes.
And that would have been on September 9th, correct?
Yes.
At this point, Your Honor, I'd like to just play a short video.
Really, I object. I don't have a, let the jury see the video. Could I see? Attorney Buckingham?
Your Honor. Oh.
You love you, Baba? He's loving it.
Ms. Rossi, is that the video that you took of Callan taking the bottle?
Yes, it was.
And fair to say you sent that video to Lindsay Clancy on September 9th of 2022?
Yes, I did.
At this point, I'd move to admit a copy of that clip as the next exhibit.
With no objection, that may be admitted.
In your care of the children, were you ever permitted to take them outside of the household, like to the park or the library or anything?
I took Callan for a walk on one occasion, and I took Cora and Dawson to a tumble fun gymnastics class.
Okay. And that would have been in October of 2022 that you took Cora and Dawson, correct? When you went to tumble fun, what is that?
It's a toddler, like, gymnastics place, indoor gymnastics place.
Did you only take Cora and Dawson, or did you also take Callan?
Just Cora and Dawson.
Okay. And why was it that you took them on this particular day?
Lindsay had mentioned to me that they had tumble fun, but they wouldn't be going because she couldn't drive.
Okay.
So I offered to take them.
Did she tell you why she couldn't drive at that time?
She didn't.
So you took them, did you drive her car or your own car?
I drove her car.
And you were able to bring them home, correct?
Correct.
Did you notice anything different when you came back to the home on that day?
I didn't.
During the course of the time in which you were at the Clancy's house, fair to say from September to early December is the time that you were there, 3 days a week?
Yes.
Did you come to find out that Lindsay was having some issues?
I did.
Did she talk to you about that?
She did.
And what did she tell you about her issues?
She shared with me that she was suffering from postpartum.
Now, when she shared this information with you, had you noticed anything different about her demeanor or her presentation around the house?
I didn't at all.
Had her trips out of the house when you were there stopped or decreased during that time period?
No.
And did she tell you that at that time that she was seeing some doctors?
She did.
What about medication? Did you have any conversations with her about her taking medication during that time period?
I think we talked about she was going to stop a medication because she was trying to stop nursing.
That she was going to stop medication or she was going to start medication?
I think she was trying to stop something because she was going to, oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Take your time.
She was not going to nurse Callan anymore because she was going to be starting a new medication.
Did she ever give you any details about the medication?
She didn't.
Do you recall seeing prescription bottles around the house?
I did.
Did you ever learn from Lindsay that she had gone to the emergency room in November of 2022?
No.
How about going to the emergency room in December of 2022?
No.
Did anything about your arrangements with coming on the 3 days, caring for Callan and sometimes Cora, did any of that ever change because of what she reported to you about having postpartum?
Only at the end of my time with them.
Okay, we'll get there in a second. But did you have the occasion to observe her interacting with the children?
I did.
And did you have any concerns about her interacting with the children?
None at all. She was a wonderful mom.
Did she have any further conversation with you about maybe more specific sleep or sleep issues that she had been having during the time period you were nannying for them?
She did.
And what did she tell you about that?
She told me she was having difficulty sleeping and that she was sleeping in the basement.
Now, when you would watch Callan and she would be in the basement, would you often see her in the basement?
No.
And one of the things you said that you sometimes did was do some laundry, right?
I did.
And where was the laundry in the Clancy house?
It was in the basement.
And so you'd have to go through that living room area down there where the couch was to get back to the laundry room?
Yes, it was in the back.
How about working out in the basement? Do you recall if you went down the basement stairs to the right that there'd be like a little area where there'd be weights and that kind of thing? Did you ever see her working out there?
I don't recall if I did.
Okay. As far as the medications, do you recall where you observed the medications in the house?
Yes, they were in to the right of the refrigerator, I believe in a cabinet.
And you had to go into the Patrick and Lindsay's bedroom, right?
I did.
Fair to say Callan's crib was in there.
It was.
So do you recall ever seeing medications in the bedroom?
I didn't.
Now, you had mentioned that you knew Lindsay to be going back to work in November, correct? Were you advised, or did you know that she was originally scheduled to go back in October, but then bumped it back to November?
I didn't know that.
But as you began working for them, that November date was in mind, right?
Yes.
Moving to Thanksgiving of 2022, did something change about the plan for her to go back to work?
Yes, I came in, I think it was a few days after Thanksgiving, maybe the day after Thanksgiving, and Lindsay was in the kitchen, and I had expected her to be asleep.
Why was that?
Because I thought she was working that shift, that Thanksgiving shift. And she told me that she wouldn't be going back to work.
And was there any further conversation of what the plan was for you and the family during that time period?
No, I think I mentioned if she wasn't going back to work and that if they didn't need me, if they could let me know.
Okay. And so do you recall being at the home at one point where Patrick and Lindsay left the house and came back?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that interaction?
Of course. Patrick and Lindsay went for a walk, and when they returned, I was in the living room on the floor with Callan, and they came in and told me that they would have to let me go because Lindsay would not be going back to work, and the two of them would be home to care for the children.
Okay. And so did they give you anything else, any other information about why Lindsay wasn't going back to work during that meeting?
No.
Okay. And did they give you some time to kind of make other arrangements after that?
They did. I believe they gave me 2 weeks.
And during that time after Thanksgiving, did you have the occasion to see Lindsay interacting with the kids in the home?
I did.
And was anything about your observations of her different?
Nothing.
Now, the kids themselves, you had the occasion to spend some time with Cora. And how would you describe Cora?
Oh, Cora was a girly girl who loved her babies very much. She was very sweet, and she loved arts and crafts and loved playing with her Fresh Mart, which was a little children's supermarket. She was lovely.
And Dawson, how about him? How would you describe him?
Dawson was full of energy, rambunctious, funny, silly.
Did you ever have any problem watching Dawson or keeping him under control? Or
Not at all. I was only with him on a handful of occasions.
Did you ever see Dawson kind of interacting with his siblings, with Cora or with Callan?
I did.
And did you see anything, or could you tell us a little bit about Dawson's interactions with them?
Cora and Dawson played well. There was one occasion in the kitchen where they were playing, and I think Cora took one of his Play-Doh, something, he was playing with Play-Doh, and his reaction, he was frustrated, and he reached out and slapped Callan.
Now, were you alone with the kids during this interaction, or was Lindsay present too?
Lindsay was, I think, in the kitchen at the same time.
Did you see her react to that when she saw that behavior?
She did.
And what was the reaction? What did she do?
She went over and removed she removed Dawson from the room and came back and consoled Callan.
Okay. And eventually, did you see her go back and kind of talk to Dawson about his behavior and address it? Okay. And was that appropriate in your opinion?
Of course, yes.
How about how you would describe Callan? How would you describe him? You spent the most time with him, correct?
I did. He was the happiest, sweetest, easiest baby. He was just a love.
Thank you. If Lindsay had told you in one of these exchanges, and again, you exchanged mostly either in this notebook or via text, right?
Correct.
If she told you about working out, do you know if she wasn't in the basement where she would go to work out?
I think it was the Kingsbury Club.
And as far as when you stopped working for them, do you remember exactly when it was? You said maybe 2 weeks after Thanksgiving.
I think it was December 8th or December 10th.
And in the time that you were with the Clancys in their households, caring for their kids, interacting with Patrick and Lindsay, did you ever have any concerns that the children were not safe?
No.
Thank you.
All right, Cross.
Morning.
Good morning.
So you first met Lindsay and Patrick and the kids in, was it July of 22?
Yes.
And then you were hired, obviously, and you then took over as a nanny.
Yes.
You got a lot of years of experience as a nanny, don't you?
I do.
And this was that you wanted to kind of pick up some more hours, and that's why you fortunately reached out to the two of them and ended up taking care of those kids. So from July until, what was it, November after Thanksgiving, or was it early December that they had the walk, and then they came in and told you that she was going to
Early
be home?
December.
Early December. And you all left on good terms, right?
Oh, wonderful terms.
Yeah. I mean, you guys stayed in touch with each other. You texted them Christmas, things of that nature, right?
I did reach out to Lindsay to wish her a Merry Christmas.
Did she respond?
She did.
Would you agree that on March 1st of 2023, the state police interviewed you for about a half hour or longer about your observations of the Clancy family?
Yes.
Do you recall that the trooper, were there one or two of them, if you remember?
I believe there were two.
Yeah. Do you recall the trooper asking you questions about your observations of the Clancy family with particular focus on Lindsay? They were asking you about how well you knew her, what you thought of her, what she did as far as a mother in your presence.
I'm sorry, I can't really hear you.
I apologize. They wanted to know what kind of a mother she was, right?
Yes.
And you were able to respond to that, right?
I did.
They also wanted to know any observations that you had about her use of prescription drugs, right?
Yes.
And you were forthcoming on that as well, right? They also wanted to know whether or not you observed or she made any statements about any symptomology or symptoms that she might have been having that were causing her difficulty, right?
Yes.
Do you recall indicating to the troopers that, in your opinion, that she was a loving and a doting mother?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what that means? I mean, what did you observe about what did you observe about her as a mother interacting with her kids?
I observed a wonderful mom who loved her kids, she was very concerned with their safety. She was very concerned with Callan's eating and sleeping. She was a wonderful mother.
And the district attorney asked you questions about what apparently is Exhibit 150 in this case. And that's the book that she would write notes to you on, and then you would on occasion write notes back to her. Is that right?
Yes.
So when the district attorney asked you to identify her writing, also there were like photographs like that in the book as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
Know who would draw that? Would she draw that, or would you draw that?
I think I drew that.
You do that one?
Yeah, I think so.
And for example, Thursday, September 29th, it says Callan last fed time put him down for a nap at 9:35 with a smiley face. We will be home. Clean the clothes in the dryer if you get to it. And then Callan up at 10:45. And then some scribbly mark on the bottom. That's an indication of the type of notes that she would leave for you.
Correct.
Would she also leave notes for you to the effect of cutting up sweet potatoes and cutting up celery and things in 1-inch squares so that the kids to eat?
Yes, food prep, yes.
Did you find that to be overbearing or
Well, not at all.
you didn't find that to be controlling, that she was trying to exert a control over you, did you?
Not at all.
Felt that was appropriate for her to tell you about the cutting up of the vegetables and squares and things?
Yes.
She also told you during that period of time that she was unable to sleep. Isn't that right?
Correct.
Told you that lack of sleep was becoming a significant impact on her life, and that she had to see doctors and was on medication for that, right?
Correct.
Again, the troopers were questioning you and directing you on your questions or your answers. And at one point, do you recall saying to the trooper, I loved my Lindsay?
I loved my Lindsay.
Yeah.
I don't recall saying that.
Okay, did you?
Do I love Lindsay?
Yeah.
I did love Lindsay, yes.
Now, when was she sleeping in the basement? Do you remember that?
Do I know when or why?
When was she sleeping in the basement?
I honestly don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember, if I suggest to you that it was around the end of November, mid-December, that she was sleeping in the basement for a period of time? If you remember.
I don't remember, I'm sorry.
Okay. Did she indicate to you why she was sleeping in the basement?
I don't think she did.
Would you agree that she was forthright with you as far as telling you what was going on in her life, as far as her concentration and her inability to sleep and things of that nature?
Yes.
Sustained.
Would she tell you about those problems that she was suffering?
She shared with me that she had postpartum and that she couldn't sleep.
And as a result of that, you were pretty concerned for her, weren't you?
I really don't know much about postpartum, but I would always ask her how she was feeling or how she was doing.
And in fact, you noted that in addition to the inability to sleep, that she would speak about that she was unable to focus. Do you recall her ever saying she had difficulty focusing on things?
I don't recall her saying that to me.
How about thin? Did you notice that she appeared to be losing significant weight?
I did, and I commented to her about that.
Okay. And you had occasion to see her as a mother playing with the children, obviously, right?
Yes.
Would the two of you stay in touch with each other by text even when she was out and you were home and they're home with the kids?
Yes.
Fair to say that you would take many, many videos of the kids and send them to Lindsay on her phone, right?
I did.
And fair to say that during that period of time from your involvement, Ms. Rossi, as a nanny, that you sent her videos of the children playing, and as we saw the baby taking a bottle and the baby eating and things of that nature, right?
I did.
Did she ever send you any videos, or did she ever respond to your emails or videos?
Yes, she responded to most of my texts she responded to.
Did she seem to be appreciative of your work?
Yes, very much so.
And in fact, she was pretty vocal about that. She thought the world of you, right?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Redirect?
Just one question. In all that she told you about postpartum sleep and all that you observed in the house, did you ever have any conversations with her about intrusive thoughts or thoughts of harming herself?
No.
Thank you. Okay.
Anything on that? No. All right, you may step down. Thank you. Thank you. Counsel, could I see you?
You know, it's really hard to know what's going on with Patrick Clancy and Lindsay Clancy. They were so much about appearances, even with people living in the home. It's hard to know what was really going on. According to the nanny, she was a wonderful mother. Very favorable testimony to Lindsay Clancy here. So she didn't seem over-medicated. She was able to speak or act normal. Yeah, there's Cinnamon with the opposite side. So she didn't seem overloaded. So she has help. They gave this nanny 2 weeks to find another job. That's like minimum, right? That's how I see it. Minimum, very minimum. She was a wonderful mother, doing the appropriate things. Oh, Kat has an opposite opinion. Kat thinks, I thought her testimony is against her. Lies about Callan. I have such trouble with that name. Completely together. To me, it should be like Callan. But maybe that's right. Callan, completely together, in control. Yeah, I'll take a listen to it again. Why did they let her go? Because, well, according to Patrick Clancy's testimony, is because they let her go because Lindsay was home. She was going back to work. It's ridiculous. Yeah, these people like skate on the surface of life. I don't know. That seems to be a theme in this we've been talking about lately on this channel. My understanding is we're going to a 1 today. It might be in that link. Hold on. I'll find the police reports for you. Hold on 1 second. I'll put it in the, let me see if I can make a little smaller link. Give me a hot minute. I'll be right back with a link for you.
All right, so members of the jury, as I told you, we're not going to sit this afternoon. So we're going to break at this point, all right? And so I'm going to ask you to come back tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Remember those instructions. Don't talk about this. Don't do any research about this. Don't listen about anything. Don't talk about it with anyone. And I'm going to ask you to come back tomorrow at 9 o'clock, and we'll start with the testimony tomorrow. Okay? All right, thank you very much.
Court, all right. Jurors, please close the notebooks, place them on your chairs. This way.
All right, counsel, anything else we need to talk about before tomorrow morning? All right, so this case will be in recess till tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
With no we're not coming, there's nothing scheduled at 2 o'clock in this matter any further, okay? So this court on this case will be in recess till tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to be back at 9 o'clock. Everybody. How is everybody doing? All right. People don't like Patrick Clancy. Let's watch the end of True Crimes podcast, what she had to say about some of the medical. And I might be back at 6. Hold on one second. So much to talk about. A lot of testimony. Let me turn this off. We are done for the day, right? That's it. Over. Okay. Turn that off.
So it looks like he's, I don't know, pointing out that she's still suicidal or something. If you can, make that a, connection with DNR and suicide, I don't know. But he did, that's the point. He didn't say anything else, and that was it for the questioning. So I think this is, kind of a plot twist here with as far as what it reveals about her.
Okay, hold on one second. Let me pull it up. Okay.
Real relationship with her husband. Now, she was in the hospital if she, died, and the nurse said I was not aware of that. So it looks like he's, I don't know, pointing out that she's still suicidal or something. If you can, make that a, connection with DNR and suicide, I don't know. But he did, that's the point. He didn't say anything else, and that was it for the questioning. So I think this is, kind of a plot twist here with as far as what it reveals about her real relationship with her husband. Now, she was in the hospital this is a January 2023. She was in the hospital from the 24th of January 2023 through to February 2nd. So that's over a week. So she was at South Shore a long time. Before she was, I believe, transferred to Brigham Young. Or I take that back. She was at Brigham Young after being transferred from.
Right. The Lindsay, I think the testimony I'm going to go over is Dr. Kelly Donahue's testimony. The Lindsay Clancy supporters lost their minds over it. So I want to look at it again.
South Shore early on. So probably within the first day or two.
And thank you, Linda. Linda O'Gara, 5053. Thank you for the flower. 30 joules. Appreciate it. Thanks for supporting the stream. Like I've said, these live streams are totally unmonetized and supported by you, so I appreciate it.
Yeah, so she was there much longer than she was at McLean. She was at the hospital. So then Dr. Sejal Shah, she was the psychiatrist who evaluated Lindsay with the health proxy and the DNR, and she determined that Lindsay was of sound mind and could change her proxy. And she went through a process of how she determined that by waiting a little while and seeing if she had the same decision, 12 or 14 hours later, and she did. So it looks like Lindsay.
So people who are supporting Lindsay Clancy keep bringing up this do not resuscitate, ditto her defense lawyer, Kevin Reddington. Let me just say about this do not resuscitate order that they didn't listen to. If you might be facing life in prison for murdering your 3 children, might you not want a do not resuscitate if things go badly? It's something to think about. Or make it or make it look like you, or if you want to really cement the idea that you wanted to end it all, it's a good idea also.
She was thinking quite clearly when she came to at the hospital immediately after, and made sure her husband didn't make any decisions for her. Another interesting part is when this forensic psychiatrist tells Reddington that when he tries to say, wasn't postpartum depression part of Lindsay's history that you saw? And she said, no, postpartum anxiety, not postpartum depression, which is a sticking point because a lot of people are saying, well, she, had postpartum depression, while others are saying she was never diagnosed with postpartum depression. And that seems to be the case here. So let's play this clip.
Correct.
You were working for the hospital.
I was working for Brigham and Women's Hospital.
And you had spoken to a number of people before you interacted with her for the 20 minutes that you saw her while she was there for a month, right?
No.
Okay. Now, were you aware of her history of documented postpartum depression?
I was aware of mostly the postpartum anxiety that was in the record, yes.
Are you aware of the record that she insisted on making? I mean, all of this is self-reported, right? That's the interesting thing about this trial is you can't know what was going on in someone's head. But there are clues, like the fact that she was looking up 4 days before her murders. Can you treat as sociopath? What did the Lindsay Clancy supporters think about that? She was so distraught. She mistakenly thought she might be a psychopath.
And postpartumology would be insomnia?
Yes,
and did she have insomnia prior to seeing you for 20 minutes? And do you recall?
So one last thing is about the spinal injuries, the T5 and T6.
Did you know what happened this spine?
Thank you, Kat. That's very generous. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for supporting the stream and all your good comments. Okay, here we go. Hold on one hot minute.
I knew that she had injuries to her spine.
Did you know that there was a transection injury, that her spine was basically exploded in T5, T6, other thoracic vertebrae fractured, including the cervical?
So we got the exploding T5 and T6 that were basically, the other nurses confirmed were separated. The doctor confirmed it as well, I believe, multiple times. So just to give a look here, T5, T6 is in the upper back here, upper thoracic area there. So that must be about where, so this is T5 in red. So the red one and the one beneath it would be the two that apparently hit the ground first, it looks like, and took the brunt of the fall. So it looks like she landed on her upper back when she hit the ground, because that seems to be the major injuries there. And here's Dr. Kelly McDonough also talking about the other fracture, which was the C1 fracture.
And when you say a thoracic spine injury, would you agree that top part of your neck, your throat area would be cervical, right?
Correct.
And that's when the numbers go C1, 2, or whatever they are. That would be the actual vertebrae in the cervical area of the upper body, correct?
Yes, the cervical spine.
Okay. And then below the cervical spine would be the thoracic spine. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the thoracic spine would be, and sometimes they're delineated as T1, T2, meaning thoracic 1, thoracic 2, all the way down to what, 5 or 6?
12.
I'm sorry?
12.
12. So when you looked at, and the lower portion would be the lumbar, is that right?
Correct.
Now, when you looked at the CAT scans, did you determine the extent of the injury to the spinal cord?
I could determine the extent of the injury to the bony thoracic spine.
Okay, what was that?
I don't recall exactly the level. I would have to look at the report.
What does that mean, the level of the T?
Correct.
Was her cervical spine injured?
I don't recall. I'd have to look at the report.
Were you aware that her thyroid was crushed?
I don't recall.
Do you?
Okay, I'm going to stop right there. So I don't believe we have record of her. He gave the impression that the cervical may have been injured, but I don't believe it was. Or he says down here, he called it, that after the fall, the C1 burst fracture and the complex transection of 5 and 6. So let me see. And this is with the nurse, Rochelle.
For postpartum depression, did you know that?
Yes.
And did you know that after the fall with the C1 burst fracture and the complex transection of T5 and T6, she also had rib fracture, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so piecing it together, it looks like Lindsay had some broken ribs. Did he say fractured ribs? And that their C1 was a burst fracture while the T5 and T6 were separated. So according to the search here, C1 back burst fracture, commonly known as the Jefferson fracture, is a specific type of injury involving fractures to both the anterior and posterior arches of the C1 vertebrae. This injury typically results from the axial loading forces, such as diving into shallow water or a fall onto the head, which causes the I don't know how to pronounce this, occipital condylates to force the lateral masses of the C1 outward. All right, so it looks like she hit her head and the back, her upper back, at the same time, but I don't think she hit her head too hard falling down. I don't think she fell on the top of her head, or otherwise she wouldn't be walking right now. She'd be a paraplegic without use of arms and legs, and she does have the use of her arms. So obviously it's the major impact that would have been the C1 all the way at the top here. So if that had been badly damaged, she would be a paraplegic, but she's not. She's a what is she? She is a paraplegic. She would have been a quadriplegic, right? 4, if it had been the C1. But instead, the major impact seems to have been the separation of the 5 and 6. So I think that partly her head and her back hit the ground, but I think that she managed to keep her head up long enough so that when she fell back, it mainly hit her upper back here is what it looks like. So it looks like she fell backward from the first story window, because if what the prosecutor said is correct, that she slid down from the second story window to the first story window, she would have really fallen, but it looks like it was still quite a height from the top of the first story window.
I'm sorry.
So here's a picture. This is from a Karen Reed supporter, also making totally claims that the prosecution never made in the Karen Reed case. Anyone else want to say she didn't slide down the house? So here's this bloody shingle. There were blood stains over 2 different shingles, irregular in shape, some smaller stains in with larger stains, rough surface of shingles, red-brown stains, transfer stains. So I think it's interesting that I think that's a really, thanks for playing Keep Defending a Baby Killer, though. I can't disagree with that. I think that's such a key point, is that she jumped 12 feet out of a window, down, you know?
Were you aware that there was a complete transection of the spinal cord on T5 and T6?
I'm sure I was aware at the time, yes.
Okay. And just, can you tell me, what does it mean when it says a complete transection of the spinal cord at a particular, apparently that would be at thoracic 5 and thoracic 6, right?
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean with a complete transection?
It means the bones are no longer one on top of the other. They're moved apart.
Were you aware that there was a significant edema noted in her chest?
If that's what the report says.
Okay, and what is edema?
Swelling.
And does it also refer to fluid?
It can.
Did it refer to fluid in this case?
I'm not sure. I would have to read the report.
So in addition to the edema that was noted, was there edema noted around C7, T1, T2, T3 to T4?
Again, I would have to have the report in front of me.
When you noted...
I find it fascinating that oftentimes an attorney will give them the report to look at. Does it say right here that it's T1, T2? Oh, I'd have to look at the report. This woman seems like she's testified in more than one trial, I would guess, or been prepped very well.
Okay, just one last thing that I want to bring up that exploded besides her back and her head was her thyroid. He kept bringing...
Yeah, the True Crimes podcast and I've been leaving each other messages back and forth about this explosion thing. Her spine exploded. Her mind exploded. Don't ask how or when it happened. It just exploded, guys. That's what Kevin Reddington, that's the language he's using, exploded.
Up that her thyroid exploded.
There's a notation of a contusion, laceration, and crushing of the thyroid, thyroidal edema. What does that mean?
She has swelling, I'm assuming, around her thyroid.
Okay, and that is...
Again, this is...
Okay, so she had swelling around her thyroid, but of course, that is where she made around the area where she made the cuts on her neck. So I don't believe that had to do with the fall, but with her own cutting herself. So what I've gotten in total from this is fractured C1, completely separated or transected T5 and T6, thoracic 5 and 6, and fractured ribs. Excuse me, her thyroid didn't explode, it was crushed.
Were you aware that her thyroid was crushed?
I don't recall.
Do you know that?
Yeah, you might injure yourself. You might injure yourself. Thyroid might get crushed. Day 5.
I don't recall.
Doesn't that...
Okay, wait, the last thing. Are you aware her thyroid was crushed? Her thyroid was crushed, and her vertebrae was fracture was destroyed. So he uses a lot of very strong terminologies that are not medical. So here's this.
Were you aware that her thyroid was crushed?
I don't recall.
Do you know that her cervical spine vertebrae was fractured, destroyed?
I don't recall.
Doesn't that?
So as we pointed out before, that was the C1. And if it were fractured, destroyed, she would be a quadriplegic right now. So obviously it wasn't destroyed. It was fractured. Obviously she hit her head when she fell. But it looks like, again, from what I'm seeing from the injuries that we're able to see without any medical records or anything else, it really looks like it's the thoracic area of her back that took the biggest hit. And that's confirmed by this doctor who said what she remembers about the case is the thoracic injury here.
What do you remember about looking at the damage to the spinal cord depicted on the CAT scan?
What sticks out most in my mind is her thoracic injury.
Okay, and what was the thoracic injury?
I don't recall the exact level.
What is want them in evidence, so I have no objection to any of the records that they have. We signed releases for them. For like Beth Israel, Brigham and Women's, South Shore, they all can go in.
That's a yes.
It may be admitted.
Exhibit 137.
Okay, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? So this is day 5, and this is Dr. Kelly McDonough, who seemed to really enrage the Lindsay Clancy murderer groupies. I thought we'd take a look together. She seemed very prepped to handle cross-examination.
Yeah, I went to A and B. Yeah.
137 A and B.
All right, thank you.
Commonwealth would call Kelly McDonough as witness.
I'm sorry, if you say the name again?
Kelly McDonough.
Okay, sure.
Morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give that you shall give to the court and the jury will reveal to you between all and the kind of passion and the truth of what's the kind of that you say will go? Thank you. You may have a seat.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
May I inquire? Thank you.
Yes, please.
Good morning. Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
Kelly McDonough.
Can you spell your last name for the record?
McDonough.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm an emergency medicine physician.
And how long have you been a physician?
11 years.
Can you tell us a little bit about your educational background?
I went to medical school at the University of New England in Maine. I did my residency at Kent Hospital in Rhode Island. I subsequently worked at Kearney Hospital in Dorchester, and I've been at South Shore Hospital since 2021.
And in what, are you primarily in the emergency department at South Shore Hospital?
Correct.
Have you been in any other department at South Shore Hospital?
No.
Are you licensed to practice in Massachusetts?
Yes.
I'm going to draw your attention to January 24th of 2023. Were you working in the emergency department that evening?
I was.
At some point, were you advised that a patient was being brought into your emergency department?
I was.
And were you aware of that patient being Lindsay Clancy with a date of birth of 8/11/90?
Yes.
And what kind of information?
So I don't think she's going to be, I think she's going to be given a I agree with Dolly, very light sentence. She'll be acquitted, sent to the hospital, maybe do 6 months. Lindsay had no motive to kill the kids. She tried so hard to have no motive. We don't know her motive. I don't agree with the prosecution's motive is mashugana, as the Jews say. Yiddish, crazy, nuts. Makes no sense. But she wasn't bonding with her kids. She wanted more kids. And there was some issue with her and Patrick that neither she nor Patrick are talking about clearly, having to do with her working and taking care of the kids. And it seemed like Patrick felt like taking care of the kids was not that big a deal. And they got rid of the nanny with 3 kids, like having a baby like that. Giving birth, it's a lot. Oh, I didn't say she's mashugana. I said the prosecution's theory is mashugana. I think Lindsay Clancy is sane. Everything she was doing is acting sane. We just consider killing your 3 children that you'd have to be crazy to do it. But there are some mothers who don't attach to their children. Narcissistic mothers. All psychopaths are also narcissists. What is Lindsay Clancy? Looking up 4 days before the murder. Can you cure a sociopath? She's thinking that she knows that she's empty inside. She talks about empty feelings. These are all sociopathic, psychopathic. And I think that this was the perfect wife for Patrick Clancy because he doesn't like talking about feelings, difficult emotions. And Lindsay Clancy wasn't going to bog him down with any kind of intimacy. It seemed to be a marriage completely lacking in any real intimacy and doing the things to have a public image of a perfect family. I mean, they couldn't look any more perfect than they did. She's a delivery nurse, and he's a stay-at-home tech dad. What could be more? Julia, thank you so much. Very generous of you for the 10 memberships. They will be handed out at random. Thank you. But this woman seemed to enrage, and I enraged the Clancy supporters.
Were you given upon learning that the patient was coming here? What were you expecting to receive?
I was expecting a trauma 1 response, a patient who had fallen out of a window from a height and didn't know much more than that.
Okay, and so when you say trauma 1, what does that mean for you?
So we have 2 designations for trauma responses, a trauma 1 and a trauma 2, and there's certain criteria for each. And there's a long list of criteria that are determined by the resource nurse who receives the EMS call.
Okay, and so when we say 1 and 2, which is more serious than the other?
Trauma 1.
Okay. And so what do you do to prepare when a patient is coming in and you know coming in that it's likely a trauma 1 situation?
So we gather in the trauma room and make sure that we have all available staff needed to take care of the patient.
And what kind of staff are with you in the room, in the trauma room?
So for a trauma 1 response, it would be the emergency
Okay, here. Okay. Thank you. Sorry. It must be so annoying. Thank you, Tater. Did he have an affair? Do we know that? There's something very weird about him. I don't know. Do we know that he had an affair? Has anyone come out and said I had an affair with him during the time he was married? I don't think so. I don't think that's proven. I think that's just a theory. It's not a bad theory. He was going to New York. Was he seeing his current wife?
Medicine physician. It would be anesthesia, the trauma surgeons, sometimes neurosurgery will be there.
And fair to say you also have a whole host of other staff, including nurses, emergency room techs. All of those people are also available to assist and if you need it.
Correct.
Now, when this individual came in, when Lindsay Clancy came into the emergency department, were you aware from EMS that she had already come in with some sort of neurological deficits?
I think that from my best recollection, we knew that she was unresponsive, found down outside of her home.
Okay. Were you advised that it appeared she might have a spinal injury?
Yes.
And that she was not, she may have been moving her arms and her head, but not her legs?
Correct.
Now, when the team was assessing her in the emergency department, what types of steps do you take to perform that assessment of the patient?
So there's a series of steps that we go through to assess a trauma patient that are followed every single time. ABCs, airway, breathing, circulation, and then we do a secondary survey.
Okay. And in this circumstance, was the patient breathing?
Yes.
And when she came into the emergency department, was she breathing on her own or intubated?
She's breathing on her own.
At some point, did the ER staff have to intubate her?
Yes.
And why was that?
For airway protection, there was a concern that maybe she would have a head injury and she would decompensate later. And so to protect her airway, she was intubated.
Now, is that a standard protocol when there's concern for head injury?
Yes.
Did you see any obvious signs of a head injury when she arrived into the emergency department?
No.
What kinds of things would you see if somebody had an obvious head injury?
You might see bleeding or lacerations or abrasions.
Now, did you observe any other obvious injuries to this patient?
I did. She had some superficial lacerations of her neck and wrists bilaterally.
Do you recall if she came in on a backboard with a C-collar?
She did.
And do you remove the C-collar at some point to assess the patient for injuries?
We didn't completely remove it temporarily to visualize and feel her neck and then put it right back on.
Okay, and you said you did observe some injuries to her neck, correct?
Yes.
I'm just going to show you some photos that have been already marked, if that's okay, on the screen next to you. This has been marked as exhibit number 111. Is that an accurate representation of the neck injuries you observed?
Yes.
You also indicated that she had some other injuries to her wrists?
Yes.
And I'm just going to show you 112. Is that accurate as to the...
Wait, let me pull myself out of here because I'm really covering up a lot of this picture. Superficial, right, Audrey? Okay, hold on one second. Let me throw myself out of here. We can look at these together. Come on, guys. Come on. Come on. I mean, she knows where the artery is, carotid arteries on your neck that you can just slash and it bleeds like crazy. What the heck is this? She's a nurse.
Yes.
And I'm just going to show you 112. Is that accurate as to the injuries to the wrist you observed?
Yes.
Now, you described the injuries as superficial. The injury that's kind of in the middle of the photograph there, can you describe what part of the body that injury is?
You're describing the one that's sort of open?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's the anterior aspect of her wrist.
And were you able to examine that injury?
Not in detail.
Okay. Was it something in your emergency, your assessment of the trauma 1 situation, was that something acute that you had to address?
No.
And is it fair to say that that injury goes through kind of the subcutaneous tissue of the skin?
Yes.
Did you observe any injuries to an artery or a vein or anything in that area?
I did not.
And then just showing you Exhibit 113, which is the other wrist. Same thing. Did you observe anything in your assessment, your trauma 1 assessment, to say whether these were acute at the time?
I assume that they're acute.
Okay, but as far as treatment of them, did they require you to immediately address it
No.
or manage blood flow?
Mm-mm. No.
What was the more serious, or what was the focus of your assessment of her in the emergency department?
I think the main concern was for a head injury and or a spinal cord injury.
And you said that as part of the assessment team, you had a neurosurgeon available as well as a trauma surgeon, correct?
There was no neurosurgeon there that day.
Okay. Was there a trauma surgeon?
There was.
Who?
Okay, just please put up with me for just one hot minute. I don't know how I do this, but I'm just going to stop sharing for a second. Like I open something, like I move the other window I have to a different browser. Like, so I have a brand new browser that's separated. It's so boring, but let me just I just want to be back. Were her injuries acute? Did we treat them like they were acute, meaning like serious? No, we didn't do anything with the wounds on her neck or her superficial scratches on her arms. All right. Here we go. Thanks for your patience. Here we go.
Neurosurgeon there that day.
Okay. Was there a trauma surgeon?
There was.
Who was that?
Dr. Christina Carpio.
Did you order any series of tests in order to help you assess the nature of whether there was any head injury or what the extent of the spinal injury could have been?
Yes.
What kinds of tests did you order?
CAT scans.
As part of the emergency room protocol, do you also draw blood for patients that come in?
Yes.
And how is that usually done?
It's usually done on arrival by the nursing staff.
And do they draw blood according to a physician's orders, or do they draw blood for various purposes? Explain to us how that works.
Mm-hmm. So it's usually like what we call a rainbow. So they just draw all the tubes of blood as soon as the patient arrives in anticipation for orders.
Okay. And so what happens to the blood after somebody in the emergency department takes it from the patient? Where does it go?
It gets tubed to the lab.
And fair to say that at South Shore Hospital they have a pneumatic tube system, correct?
Correct.
And that it goes to a separate laboratory.
Correct.
And once a physician then assesses a patient and determines what kinds of testing needs to be done on those samples, how do you communicate that to the laboratory?
So orders are put into a computer and they go through the computer to the lab.
And as you're treating a patient, is it oftentimes necessary to change the orders or order additional tests?
Yes.
And so in this particular case, blood and urine was collected from Lindsay Clancy upon her arrival, correct?
Correct.
And then sent to the lab?
Yes.
Okay. Now, going back to the imaging tests, you said that there were some CT scans that were ordered?
Correct.
What areas of the body were the CT scans for?
It was her entire body, her head, her neck, her chest, her abdomen, and her pelvis.
Now, as far as the CTs for her head, were there more than one CT test for the head?
I don't remember. I'd have to look at my record.
Well, what are the normal, or what are the options for CT head scans?
It's usually just a CT head plane, but you could also do a CT angiogram depending on your concern for injury.
And do you...
How do you collect urine from a semi-conscious with a catheter, I would think? That's how.
Do you recall which one you ordered here?
For trauma, one, it would be a plain CT head.
And why do you order that particular test?
Well, we're trying to assess for skull fractures, intracranial bleeding, things like that.
And when you say a plain CT, what's the exact order that's put in for that type of a CT?
CT head.
Okay, and are there CT heads with contrast?
There are.
And are there CT head scans without contrast?
Yes.
Okay. And approach the witness. I'm just going to show you some documents, if that's okay.
Sure.
I apologize, there's no series of pagination, so I'm just going to draw your attention to this page that's black. If you could just take a look at it.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
Okay, and I'm just going to flip to the next page as well. The next page is blank, but is this the extent of what you would have received as far as information regarding a head CT that was done without contrast?
Yes.
And I'm going to just draw your attention again to another flagged page here towards the end. It's actually 2 pages from the end of the document, if you could take a look at that.
Mm-hmm.
And does that reflect the report?
Yeah, that's something I thought was really strange, that they don't let her see her own reports and her notes. And they're asking about it. It's just another way to control the witness. So lawyers are taught that the questions don't matter, the answers don't matter. So they're answering, they're testifying through their questions. They want to control everything.
You would have received for the head CT ordered with contrast.
Yes.
And in addition to getting a report from imaging, you also receive some actual images, correct?
Yes.
And do you review those?
Yes.
In this particular circumstance, when it came to the patient of Lindsay Clancy, was there anything remarkable in either of those head CTs?
Not that I recall.
And in fact, the head CT with contrast indicated the impression was unremarkable. CTAF had no evidence intracranial aneurysm, arteriovenous malformation, or abrupt occlusion, correct?
Correct.
What does that mean?
It essentially means it's a normal study.
Now, as far as the other CT scans that were conducted, there were findings, remarkable findings on some of the others, correct?
Correct.
And what did they reflect in your experience as far as her injury goes?
From what I can recall, I know she had a thoracic spine injury.
And how about the CT that was done of the chest area?
I don't recall.
Okay. If I may approach. Document. Thank you. Does that refresh your memory?
Yes.
And what was the extent of the results on the chest CT?
So it talks about her thoracic spine injuries.
Okay. Now, after reviewing all of the images, all of the CT scans that were done here, the cervical spine, the head CTs, the thoracic spine, what was the plan for this particular patient? Was she able to be treated further at South Shore Hospital?
The decision was made by the team that her injuries were too severe to stay at South Shore Hospital, and the decision was made to transfer her to a tertiary care center.
Were you able to stabilize her before transporting?
Yes.
Is that something that's important to make sure our patient is stable before sending him off in the ambulance or a helicopter?
Yes.
And so as far as this particular patient goes, are you aware of whether any surgical intervention had to be done before she was stabilized and transported?
I was not aware of any intervention being done.
And again, you had Dr. Carpio, who was also there to assess that.
Correct. We work as a team.
Kind of going back to those injuries on her neck and her wrist very briefly. Can you explain to us the difference between bleeding in maybe an artery or a vein and how that might present itself in an emergency situation?
Venous bleed would be a little bit slower, darker blood, and arterial bleed would be pulsatile and bright red.
And is it fair to say that when you strike either an artery or a vein that they're of different pressure systems and so the manner in which the blood comes out is different?
Yes.
In either circumstance where an artery or a vein is struck or nicked or cut, would that be something that you'd have to stabilize for a patient in order to make sure that they don't bleed out?
Yes.
Was that done here?
So no wonder they hate her testimony. It's all pointing out that these wounds are superficial. Here's my Ghislaine Maxwell trial buddy, Nadia on X, talking about the medications. So on February 6, 2023, Patrick Clancy brought Lieutenant Joseph Rabbit a bag with some of Lindsay's prescribed medications. Rabbit counted that the majority of the pills were barely taken. Pills included Zoloft, prescribed December 22nd, quantity 30, pills remaining 23. So she hardly took any of those. Hardly took any Zoloft. Lorazepam, prescribed November 22nd, quantity 30, pills remaining 14. Trazodone, prescribed 2022, quantity 30, pills remaining 14. Take a look at this clip that she clipped here. Make it a little bigger.
So when you are tasked with tracking or inventorying particular items like this that come in, what do you do?
Count out how many capsules or tablets are in there, the date that it noted it was filled, and the amount left in the bottle, and the amount that it said should have been there when filled. Okay, and so referring first to this bottle that's labeled lorazepam, 1 milligram, fair to say it says date filled 10/26/22, correct? Correct. And it says that originally it was filled with 30, quantity 30? Correct. And you counted what was left in this particular bottle, and there were only 14 pills left in that bottle, correct? Correct. And so the next one, the bottle labeled Sudol, brand name Zoloft, filled on 9/15/22, quantity 30. Did you count how many pills were left in this bottle? I did, yes. And fair to say there's 23 left. Correct. Now, buspirone, there were in fact 2 bottles labeled buspirone, correct? That is correct. And one of them with a date of 10/26/22, date filled, quantity 30. You counted how many pills are in this bottle, right? Correct. And there were 28 pills left in this bottle. That is correct. Hydroxine, filled on 10/26/22, quantity 30. You counted how many pills were in this? That is correct. And fair to say there were 27 left in that bottle. Correct. Clonazepam, filled on 11/25/22 with 14 pills in the prescription. You counted how many were in this bottle? Correct. And there were actually 11 and a half, correct? That is correct. Fluoxetine, filled on 11/21/22 with 56 in the prescription. You counted how many were left in this bottle? I did, yes. And there were 43. Correct. The second bottle of lorazepam that was 0.5 milligrams, filled on 11/2/22 with, it says 40 on the bottle, right? Correct. You counted what was left in this bottle, and it was 18 and a half tablets. That is correct. And the second bottle of buspirone, filled on 11/9/22, quantity 30, there were actually 30 in this bottle. Is that fair to say? Correct, yes.
and trazodone filled on November 16th, 2022, with a prescription for 30. You counted that there were 22.5 pills left in this bottle. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then once you identified and counted each and every one of the pills in these bottles, you handed this in for evidence.
That is correct.
All right, let's listen to some testimony about the way she went out the window. This is from yesterday. This is Maureen Hartnett, who we all remember from the Karen Reed trial. I'm just going to skip past her background, et cetera, et cetera. It's kind of boring, at least to me.
The main floor and then was directed into the basement of the home.
And when you came into the basement, or I guess this could be true of when you respond to most crime scenes, is it the best practice to be one of the first in the home to examine the home as it is, or the scene as it is?
Generally, crime scene services would enter first to photograph and video so that there's no personnel in those photos or videos. Then I would normally enter, or the crime scene response unit would enter next so that nothing is disturbed and that we can mark and test and collect evidence as is prior to the detective unit coming in. And then once our things are marked and documented, then the detective unit would also enter the residence.
So when you came into the basement at 47 Summer Street, did you observe some areas of the basement that were of significance to you as the crime scene response?
Yes, I did.
And did you observe a red-brown stain on the floor?
Yes, I did.
Once you observe it, what do you do with that stain?
I marked the stain using a piece of ruler tape, and I designated that stain as stain A so that I can properly refer to it in my report.
Okay, I'm going to approach and show you the photo. Is that familiar to you?
Yes, it is.
And is that stain A that you just told us about?
Yes, that's correct.
It may be admitted. Thank you.
I'm showing you now on the screen what's been marked as Exhibit 158. Obviously, this appears to be on carpet, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
What did you do to collect sampling of that? Well, I guess, what is the first thing you did with that stain?
So once I marked it, I then requested it be photographed, and that is the resulting photograph from that request. I then performed a screening test for the presence of blood on that stain. The screening test was positive, and at that point, once I documented that result in my notes, I then took 2 swabs of that stain for further testing.
Now, when you're at a scene and you see something that is a red-brown stain, you don't refer to it as blood, correct?
That's correct.
And even after a screening test, you don't refer to it as blood, do you?
That's correct.
Those preliminary tests are just screens, and so what do you do to then later confirm it?
Once the swab is collected and then submitted to the lab, later when I'm assigned to the case in the criminalistics unit in the lab, I'll then perform a confirmatory test on any swabs that they're interested in that need to be tested further.
And so as it pertains to this stain A, how do you take the swab? What do you do?
I apply deionized water to 2 Q-tips and apply it to the stain, and then the red-brown stain is then transferred to the Q-tips. I then package those, seal them, and enter them into our laboratory system and store them in a cold storage unit until they're ready to be further tested.
And fair to say, with this particular investigation, the swabbing from that stain A on the basement floor, was labeled as item 3-3 for this case.
That's correct.
Did you also go to another area of the house?
Yes, I did.
And what other areas did you go?
I went up to the master bedroom on the 2nd floor of the house.
Did you observe
Why do you guys think that she locked the door to the bedroom? I think she... I don't know. Was it she wanted more time? Is that where she murdered the children, or did she murder them in the basement? Did she bring them down to the basement? I thought she murdered them in the basement.
Additional red-brown stains in that master bedroom?
Yes, I did.
And so again, when you observe stains, you then...
I guess she didn't want him to stop her from jumping out the window. I don't know.
Note them, mark them, document them, correct?
That's correct.
And how many stains did you document in the master bedroom?
4.
Okay. And again, just like the stain on the basement where you labeled A, do you kind of start over with the stains in the other bedroom, or do you continue to label them in sequence?
I continue to label them in sequence, so they were B through E.
Okay. So first, referring to stain B, do you recall where that was in the master bedroom?
That was on the floor of the master bedroom, in between the bed and the mirror.
I'm going to show you the photo. And is that fair to say stain B?
Stains, yes, true, correct.
Maybe admitted.
Ms. Harden, it's showing you 159 on the screen. Fair to say that's not one stain that was observed, correct?
That's correct.
But what did you do to collect, if anything, or screen this particular area of red-brown stains?
Sure. So in this particular case, based on the stains size and distribution, I consider them a related group of stains. So I tested one of the stains, performed a screening test for the presence of blood. That was positive. So then I collected 2 swabs from that stain, just like the other one as before.
Just showing you kind of another photograph of that area. Is that familiar as well?
Yes.
I'm not sure if this is the next exhibit.
All right, that may be admitted.
And again, now showing what's been marked as 160, you've now testified that there was a grouping of stains, and so based on your observations of the grouping, you were able to identify that they appeared related?
That's correct.
How about stain C? Where was that located?
Stain C, I believe, was located on the mirror.
And just going back to 159, just for reference, can you see the bottom legs of the mirror in this photograph?
Yes.
So it was close to that cluster of stains.
That's correct.
Showing you another photograph. And does that depict the stain C that you noted on the mirror?
Yes, it does.
That may be admitted.
With what's now been marked as 161, stain C, again, would this be kind of a cluster of related red-brown stains?
Yes, based on their location and their shape, I collected 1 stain from that area.
Did you perform that same screening test?
Yes, I did.
And what was the result?
It was positive.
And did you then swab and collect from one of those stains as well?
Yes, I did.
Now, stain D, do you recall where that was in the bedroom?
That was on the windowsill.
Show you 2 more photos. And do those represent where you identified as stain D?
Yes.
I would ask these be that as 2, please.
They may be admitted.
And showing you 162 first. Fair to say that's the inside of the windowsill, correct? Inside the bedroom?
Yes, that's correct.
That night that you were there, did you make any observations of any stains on the outside of the windowsill?
Yes, each of those were documented through photographs.
did you collect any swabbings from the stains on the outside of the windowsill that night?
No, I did not.
And just kind of showing you for the jury, 163, that's just a further close-up of some of the stains. And is that fair to represent the area that you tested for the screen and then later swabbed?
Yes, that's correct.
And stain E, do you recall where that was located?
That was located on the nightstand next to the bed.
The photograph, is that familiar to be stain E?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, that may be admitted.
And I'm just showing you another photograph of the outside of the house. Do you see staining that you observed that night on the outside?
Yes, I do.
And I would move to make this as an
All right, that may be admitted.
So first, Exhibit 164. You observed several stains in that location.
Yes, I did.
And did you do the same thing as some of the other grouping of stains? Screen one area, collect a swab from one area?
Yes, that's correct.
And just now showing Exhibit 165, if you can see at the top. There's a stain on the outside of the windowsill. Did you observe that on January 24?
Yes, I did.
But you did not swab or screen that stain, correct?
That's correct.
Why not?
Generally, we don't collect every single stain from a scene. I organize the stains based on location, size, shape, distribution, and collect it from multiple areas. And in this particular case, I knew there was a single bleeder in that area, so I collected from numerous stains, just not that particular one.
And in addition to that stain on the windowsill, fair to say you did observe some other staining on the outside of the house as well, further down the window and on top of the first floor window frame?
Yes, I did.
While you were out in the backyard, did you also observe staining or red-brown stains in the yard?
Yes, I did.
And did you do that same procedure of marking it, screening it, collecting a sample from it?
Yes, I did.
Just going to show you one more photograph. Just going to show that to you. Is that familiar?
Yes, it is.
I'm afraid to say that was then documented as stain F.
Correct.
Move to assessing it.
All right, that may be admitted.
Exhibit 166.
You mean 1 hour today? I saw Lindsay Clancy doing a lot of heavy blinking today, but I have yet to see any tears. Seen her pretend to cry for sure. Has anyone seen any real tears from Lindsay Clancy?
As far as the work that you did on the scene at 47 Summer Street on January 24th, fair to say it was limited to documenting these areas, swabbing these areas for the most part?
Yes, and I also collected a pair of pajamas and a pink bathrobe from the basement.
Were all of the swabbings and those items collected brought back to the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
Yes, they were.
Are you aware that there were other items that were collected within that home on January 24th that were also brought back to the State Police Crime Lab for further analysis?
Yes.
Moving to January 25th of 2023, did you go to the Brigham and Women's Hospital as part of the crime scene response, again, to see Lindsay Clancy, the defendant?
Yes, I did.
And you observed her at that location as well?
Yes, I did.
Did you take further samples from her?
Yes, I collected samples, swabbings from underneath her fingernails.
And then as far as your duties on this case with crime scene response, did you return back to 47 Summer Street on January 15th of 2023?
I believe I returned on June 15th.
I'm sorry, June 15th. Thank you.
Yes, I did.
And when you returned to the home on June 15th, did you go in the nighttime, the daytime?
I went during the day.
And again, with a crime scene response trooper or a crime scene services trooper?
Yes, correct.
What was the purpose of going back to 47 Summer Street on June 15th?
I was informed that additional testing was being requested on some of the red-brown stains that were noted on the exterior of the house up on the shingles they had not previously collected from. So I went back to see if I could potentially collect samples from those.
Is that something in your training and experience is possible to collect biological substances from something like a shingle months after the incident occurred?
It's possible. So if it's requested, we'll certainly go out and attempt to do that.
And in this particular incident, you went out and first made observations of the rear of the home, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then made closer observations of underneath that second floor window?
Yes, correct.
Did you observe any obvious staining in that area?
There appeared to be a reddish brown stain underneath the windowsill.
So what did you do once you observed those stains?
I marked that stain as stain A, and then I also marked additional stains further down on the side of the house on the shingles.
Where was stain A?
That was right underneath the windowsill, of the window that was farthest right, what would have been the master bedroom on the exterior.
Okay.
That said she actually saw tears. Did you see this? Or did you actually see tears falling when Patrick Clancy was on the stand from Lindsay Clancy? You swear you saw tears? Are you gonna swear to that under oath, Kat? I've heard other people say that. I don't know. I have to really examine it closely. Kat fires back in her defense. First of all, the prosecutor's hair is so this is so petty. And Lord knows, including today, I've had my share of bad hair days. So I am sympathetic. But it just seems so unmanageable, her hair. With these weird bow clips that I haven't seen since the 90s. It's just odd. Their theory is odd. The way that they're trying this case, it seems rushed and not well thought out as far as effectiveness. I mean, they have major issues. Patrick Clancy is helping his wife. That's a major issue. So that's given the public permission to support a triple baby murderer. Because he's the number one victim. He's the father. And he says he's supporting Lindsay, thinks she should go to a hospital. That gives permission, and that gives the jury permission. I would be so shocked if she's given a serious sentence in this case. That's the way I see it going. It's not because I don't think the evidence is compelling against her. I think it is. I just don't think people think that if you're a smart criminal and you do the bare minimum to try to get away with your crime like she did, like creating this alibi for postpartum, which was strangely the field in which she worked. Oh, is that why she's wearing Cora? To remember Cora? Oh, that's smart. Oh, you're smarter than I am. Astra Moon. Interesting. It's odd, though. It just feels awkward. There's got to be a better way. The whole thing. Better way to do it. Right. So he said this GoFundMe, Patrick Clancy also raised $1 million on GoFundMe after this crime. Let me see if I can find his GoFundMe and let's look at that together. I'm just going to play a little of Maureen Hartnett's. We're watching, court is over for today. We're watching yesterday's testimony from Maureen Hartnett in day 6 of Lindsay Clancy's trial.
The rear of the home. Does this photograph at least show the area where you observed stain A?
Yes.
Okay. And can you point out to me where that was?
Sure. It's sort of on the left side near where this orange, it seems to be some sort of window insulation. So it was right underneath there. So I did perform a screening test on that.
Okay, and what were the results of the screening test?
That was negative.
I would move to admit this photo.
That may be admitted.
167. So again, on June 15th, when you were there, 2023, showing you now Exhibit 167, kind of closing in on underneath that window. There's that orange ball that you described. It appeared to be some sort of insulation.
Correct.
And that was negative. That stain you observed was negative. So you didn't do anything further with that.
That's correct.
As far as the other areas, you have stains B, C, and D, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Is that a fair representation of stain D?
Yes, that's correct.
And while I'm here, stain C and D.
Yes, that's correct.
And again, stain B is kind of in between that top floor window and the first floor window.
Correct.
And stains C and D are just above the first floor window.
Yes, that's correct.
All right, those may be admitted.
Is that bow working? Is that bow helping the jury think about Cora? I don't know. It just feels like it's another thing that, if that's true, if that's why she did it, it seems like another ineffective strategy of the prosecution.
Counsel, it's just about 11 o'clock. Why don't we take the morning recess at this time? All right, so we're going to take the morning break at this time, members of the jury.
All right, they're taking one of their notorious breaks, but just to give you an idea of how people are talking about this, here's some stuff on X. Is this what we call? Hold on one sec. Is this what we call a swing in the miss? The nanny tells all. Lindsay Clancy was a wonderful mom. Yeah, that's why that stood out to me too. Very good testimony for the defense. And oh yeah, the notebook was helpful, not overbearing. Here we go.
Is this the notebook that you would kind of communicate with? Is this the notebook that you would kind of communicate with her back and forth about Callan and his schedule?
It is.
And fair to say she left you pretty detailed instructions
She did.
on his care.
Yes, she did.
And you were aware that she was very particular about sleep and food and keeping on a schedule, right?
Yes.
And so that's the purpose of this notebook.
Yes.
Is this the
Do you recall indicating to the troopers that, in your opinion, that she was a loving and a doting mother?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what that means? I mean, what did you observe about what did you observe about her as?
How many people are going to be abusing their child in front of the nanny? But I don't know. I think there's just like a lot more to this than meets the eye. Pretty Lies and Alibis did a wrap up. She said she was expecting a trauma 1 response for a patient who had fallen out of a window at a height. We knew she was unresponsive, found down outside of her home, and ER was also aware she had a spinal injury. McDonough said she saw no obvious signs of a head injury. When Lindsay Clancy arrived in the emergency room, she said she observed superficial lacerations of her neck and wrist. As a woman, a mother, and a registered nurse, I've had time to sit with Patrick's testimony, and I'm completely convinced this was not a medical failure. Lindsay Clancy was putting on an act. You are correct, Nancy. She didn't take her medication or attend therapy because she didn't need them. Thank you, Nancy. She completely duped her husband into believing she was sick, and Patrick's devastating testimony believed that she actively hid her non-compliance from him. The fact alone completely blows up the lawsuits against her healthcare providers. Well, that will remain to be seen. It's very easy to manipulate our civil courts either way. This wasn't a woman lost to psychosis. This was a woman who was actively disliked her first two children. You can see exactly who she is through her courtroom demeanor. Instead of uncontrollably sobbing, she chose to shed a few strategic tears and actually smiles at pictures of the children whose lives she took. I'm going to rewrite that. I would say she actually smiles at pictures of the children who she murdered. She is undoubtedly mentally disturbed, but I believe that is simply in her DNA. People are really born that way. This was a calculated deception, not a tragedy of the medical system. She belongs in jail, life without parole, and honestly, her ultimate punishment should be exactly whatever Patrick wants it to be. No, I disagree with that. He should get to decide. No, because he would be like... Let Patrick decide. It'd be like massages for the rest of her life. That's her punishment for murdering my three children, or our three children. He should get to decide. She ruined his whole world in 55 minutes. Did she ruin his whole world? I know some people don't wear their heart on their sleeve. Hard to say. He has a whole brand new life in New York City. His GoFundMe statement. Patrick posted this the day after Callan passed away. I'll get it right eventually. How would he even manage to collect his thoughts when his baby literally just died? Why was releasing a statement like this such a priority? Do we actually have the actual statement, though? I'm looking for the actual statement. Hold on. I think I've seen reports. I'll get back to you. I'll come back when I find the actual GoFundMe.
Court, all rise. Close the door, please. Make some on your chairs, please.
Oh, they're breaking. So when they come back from the break, let's see.
Yes, thank you.
So this was testimony outside the presence of the jury. Okay, so he wrote, "Thank you for all your love and support. The warmth I've received from the community is palpable, and your generosity gives me hope that I can focus on some sort of healing. I've seen all of your messages and contributions, including some from people I haven't seen in over a decade and many I've never met. I see and appreciate every one of you. A lot of people have said they can't imagine, and they're right. There's absolutely nothing that can prepare you. The shock and pain is excruciating and relentless. I'm constantly reminded of them and with the little sleep I get, I dream about them on repeat. Any parent knows it's impossible to understand how much you love your kids until you have them. That's a weird way to say that. It's impossible to understand how much you love your kids until you have them. The same goes for understanding the devastation of losing them. Cora, Dawson, and Callan were the were the essence of my life, and I'm completely lost with them. My family was the best thing that ever happened to me. That sounds like a cliche. That my family was the best thing that ever happened to me. Does your family happen to you, or do you plan it? I took so much pride in being Lindsay's husband and a dad to Cora, Dawson, and Callan. I always reminded myself that each day with them was a new gift. Callan usually woke up first and would rest his head on my shoulder for a few minutes as he adjusted to the morning. Dawson typically sang or spoke his thoughts out loud for a while. We'd go get him. Oh, he was the most talkative. Cora was a big girl and would simply walk downstairs. I can still vividly picture her coming into the living room each morning with her hair in a mess, smile on her face. With her hair in a mess, smile on her face. We always loved starting our days together, reading books, cuddling up on the couch, and playing with magnet tiles. I loved taking them places, whether it was scouting at Chandler Elementary, vacation skiing out on the boat, or to the Duxbury Beach, one of our favorite places on earth. They gave me purpose, and I never took it for granted. So, There is now a massive void where the purpose once was. Where purpose once was. They gave me purpose. Seemed like he had a lot of purpose. Seemed like he lived a very purposeful, planned life, with or without his kids. Cora had an infectious laugh and was stunningly beautiful. She was the cautious one, but it was really because she was so caring. Yeah, she was emotional. Her stomach was upset, I think, because she felt danger around her mother. That's my feeling. She used to say she wanted to be a doctor and a mama when she grew up, and she would practice by giving call-in checkups. If she was leaving the house to go somewhere, she would pick someone to take care of Caroline and Charlotte, her baby dolls. She had all the dolls' accessories available. See, we gave her so many things. That's what Kevin Ruddington is really honing in on, too, in his defense. They had so many toys and so many things. So her sitters were well equipped. Before she turned 2, she was already wrapping them in perfect swaddles. In perfect swaddles. I mean, how difficult is a swaddle? Perfect swaddles. We would tell her she was such a good little mama. She loved all babies, both real and pretend. She loved sloths, unicorns, tea parties, going to lunch with Nana and Grandpa, and giving presents to people. She knew everything about princesses, her favorite being Sophia the First. She loved, so I guess that's where the prosecution got that info for their opening. She truly loved her brothers and us and said it often in her sweet voice. It all seems to be about him. We did a lot of father and daughter activities together, like skiing and visiting San Francisco or just talking. I loved her, my firstborn, so much. Dawson had beautiful, bold, brown eyes that beamed with friendship. He was naturally humorous and generous beyond the norm of a typical toddler, always willing to share his toys with others. For all the love he received, he always gave back more. His best quality was pure kindness. He loved trucks, tractors, dinosaurs, Paw Patrol, worker guys, and being outside. He was adventurous and mischievous and enjoyed causing trouble, which he typically found hilarious. This sounds like Dawson was Patrick's favorite. He was also remarkably smart. He also said if we didn't save enough for retirement. It'll be okay. We'll just live in Dawson's guest house. He would hug me tighter than most adults, and every night he told me in consistent words at bedtime without fail, "Good night, Dada, I love you." See, this "I love you" thing, this is what he told police, that he and his wife told each other that they loved each other 10 times a day. We assume that a child would tell their mother or father that they love them before they went to bed. It's not unusual. We had a special bond from day one. He was my buddy, my first boy, and truly a gift. Callan was our easygoing child. I always said it because he was the third child. He had to adapt, and he did easily. He was born with hardly any fuss and was by far our best sleeper. Who was born in the breach? Was that Dawson? Or was that Cora? He was just incredibly happy and vibrant baby, enjoying his growing independence as he would grab any object within reach. Sometimes he joined my Microsoft calls in the background. Playing in his jumpy. I would keep my camera on too proud to leave it off. This guy's an egomaniac. This is like so weird. I want to share some thoughts about Lindsay. She's recently been portrayed largely. It's all like defensive. We were good parents. Don't think we were bad parents. We were good parents. Our children really loved us. They told us that they loved us. Okay, on Lindsay. I want to share some thoughts about Lindsay. She recently been portrayed largely by people who have never met her and never knew who the real Lindsay was. I don't think you knew who the real Lindsay is or was either. Our marriage was wonderful and diametrically, grew stronger as her condition rapidly worsened. I took as much pride in being her husband as I did in being a father, and felt persistently lucky. Persistently lucky. What a weird phrase. I felt persistently lucky to have her in my life. Persistent, like it's persistence. Persistently lucky. Weird. I still remember the very first moment I first laid my eyes on her, and can recall how overcome I was with the kind of love at first sight you only see in the movies. He still wants people to envy them even after she's murdered his kids. It really didn't take long before I was certain I wanted to marry her. We said I love you to each other multiple times a day as if it were a reflex. That's not a good thing. We habitually started every morning with a passionate hug, yielding a sigh of relief like we had received the perfect medicine. This is too weird. If too much time passed without a hug, she'd look at me and said, "Did you forget?" We mutually understood the reality that people can have bad days, but we stuck to the rule that when one of us got lost, the other was there to bring them home always. She loved being a nurse, but nothing matched her intense love for our kids and dedication to being a mother. Until all of a sudden she sent me out for food, and then she decided to dedicate herself to killing the kids methodically. It was all she ever wanted. Her passion taught me how to be a better father. It's like one cliche after the next. Oh, my law. Okay, I'm going to have to go. But I don't know. I don't know what to do. Yeah, why would he divorce her, right? If they loved each other so much. They got each other's back in good times and bad times. What a phony statement. All right. I'll see you guys tomorrow, maybe tonight at 6. All right. Have a good one, everyone.
Mic check, Roberta strides through the static haze. True crime Gotham where the shadows play their plays. Fraudsters fold when a spotlight beams. Fact-focused queen busting propaganda schemes. Glass shatter lies echoes through the streets. Standing for victims, giving voice their beats. NYC Pulse, truth sharp as night. Roberta exposing, she's the anti-fraud light. Hard task warrior, dissecting state and defense. Twisted innocence, claims breaking pretense. Gotham's truth seeker cuts clean with the blade. Facts in the forefront, no justice gets swayed. Cold facts drip heavy, real talk unfurls. Cracking cases open like oysters with pearls. Innocence gimmicks crumble to dust in the wind. For victims, her creed, justice till the end. Headphones blazing, she drops heavy artillery. Narratives twisted, meet blunt object civility. Roberta got receipts that unravel the ploy, exposing the lies these fraudsters deploy. Glass shatters lies, echoes through the streets. Standing for victims, giving voice their beats. NYC Pulse, truth sharp as night. Roberta exposing, she's the anti-fraud light.